Can you hear us?
No. I think they can. Wait.
I don't know if it's this room where Sylvia is or the right next one. Hello. Nope.
Can you hear?
No.
Yeah, now I can hear.
Okay.
Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let's try another one.
Oh, okay. So it should be working.
Yeah. Ciao, buongiorno. Allora, vai. Okay, everything should be.
Niente.
Um,
Quindi uso questo per...
allora, sì, evitare
Ok.
ovviamente se altrimenti paura che si combina l'audio,
ok.
perché con questo li sentono da casa e voi sentite da casa, sicuramente.
Perfetto. Quindi con quel microfono mi sento da casa
Esatto.
e per appunto le persone che presentano in persona gli passo
Sì,
il microfono.
o si siedono qui, insomma, vedete voi come preferite.
Ok. E la presentazione conviene che la condividano loro con il loro PC da Zoom. Ok.
Oppure la caricano qua con un USB, insomma, come
Ok,
preferite.
perfetto. Grazie mille.
Sì,
Allora faccio...
la cosa da ricordarsi sempre è che se non parlo al microfono nessuno li sente da casa.
Ok, sì. Ha senso.
Perché tipicamente tu fai una domanda, ma non sentono perché il microfono è direzionale,
ok.
quindi devi parlare vicino.
Ok, perfetto. Grazie mille.
Così qualche ragazzo che sta a passare la giornata nel caso di...
Ok, grazie. Grazie mille. Yeah, now I got it. Good. I'll try to do some tests with joining.
okay.
People can share it, but
Okay.
it's fine. Thank you. Hi.
Everything's fine?
Yeah, for now everything is good. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I've already met one of them. So
Okay,
yeah.
alright.
Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you.
Morning.
You're the chair?
Yeah.
Yours. I believe the timekeeper.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's no.
Hello everyone, I'm Christian from Underline. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Are you the organizer of this session?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so should I transfer the host privileges to that account?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Okay, you're the host now. Do you
Yeah,
have any questions, any problems?
okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can see all the new functionalities on Zoom.
Okay, great. Do you have any questions maybe for me? Do you need help with anything?
Not now. Like everything is quite clear. I'll try to share the screen from another account, but just to double check.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
It's all day long. I mean, it's not. Oh, okay, that's fine. Because the procedure stuff is perfect. Just to let you know. Okay, yeah.
Personally, I might.
Yeah.
Maybe I will.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's like. So I did the other. And. But. Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I will. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe next time. Lesson learned. Oh, yeah, wait, it's like, would you like? They're going. Yeah.
Morning.
This is
No, I know. I take that into account instead of I think the one is 30. Yeah, and then the other one is like basically.
So you have in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I kept that into account. It's just because first keynote talk would be at 9:30, so we were like, okay,
And
Because honestly, I had done my schedule before the schedule of the conference, yeah, was published, and so
Because you have intake, for example.
Yeah.
People who trust that
yeah,
they try to come for hours there.
yeah.
And then they will come with you. The same time if you're there, no?
Yeah, but I didn't say. Okay. It's just 15 minutes like late with respect to.
Just be aware. For example, we are looking at.
Yeah.
What we know.
Yeah, because that is it's going to start at 9:15 and not 9. And
I'm complaining a little bit.
and he was
in a
like,
gentle
why
way.
it's 9? I was like, just because we
In a
plan it before and I mean without.
In a gentle way, I'm complaining.
Okay.
Because see, for example, they have this, let's say, this year.
Yeah.
Somebody is sitting in thematic for symbiotic society. So
Yeah.
but I want to go to the social well-being. Yeah, but you're not going to find the session.
That will be the same. I mean,
It will be this. Okay. Yeah. Then,
yeah. No worry. The schedule of people. Yeah. Thank you.
then the breaks for coffee are
Yeah,
important for everyone.
I
So
think we
that's
will keep
maybe,
that.
yeah, keep them
Yeah.
if you can, or shorten, I mean, if you have your schedule.
No, I kept it in mind.
Okay, we will be anyway 5 minutes late because they need to bring the microphone. Okay.
Because
So actually, I was checking the thread. So the only person that is yeah, but then the coffee break would be so yeah. Yeah. So yeah. I mean even there. Yeah, but because I mean we have done this we couldn't really then we just I mean they after this yeah. So that's like but in the afternoon so the only one is this paper that's the easy to do. We can ask it to do it at fast. I mean, I don't think the first thing like how about the nail. Yeah, I know, but because well, yeah, to just ask. Yeah. Hopefully you guys will do that. But yeah, but yeah, check the other effort. Better. Yeah. 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 That's, yeah. That's good. The, that's still, yeah. Yeah. So I want to that. Okay, because I haven't received. Yeah, yeah, but then, no, I don't know because one, I asked. So that's good. Quick ask. Yeah, yeah, I know. Because I mean,
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, oh, no, I know what. I think,
yeah, this I was thinking, yeah, like be back. Yeah, yeah, actually, I love Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that was stupid.
Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Prova. Ovviamente deve essere limitato. Io adesso non so come stiamo essendo tutta l'ausiliaria, facciamo uguale a questo. Punto. Ora dovrebbe andare. No, sì. Potrebbe. Questo non lo sento perché? Basso?
Senti.
Insomma, è molto basso, non so perché era tenuto così basso. Probabilmente per sentirlo meglio online. Vabbè, nel caso, se questo, se quel microfono là, magari se è troppo alto online lo abbassiamo.
Ok, perfetto.
Questo era bassissimo, qua in sala non lo sento proprio. Quindi per
Ok.
sentirlo bisogna usarlo così. Però dobbiamo capire online che succede.
Ok,
Vabbè, io sto comunque in giro qua, magari
ok, magari lo abbasso un pochino, ho paura di
perfetto.
non lo so.
Cioè, speriamo di più basso e poi
Esatto,
vediamo.
perfetto.
Ok.
So, hi everyone. I hope that from online everyone can hear me. If you can, please write in the chat so that we can arrange the technical issues. So sorry for the late start. We were waiting for some also technical arrangement and so on. So I'm glad to present our workshop. Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm glad to introduce the organizer of our workshop, that is HRI4Wellbeing. The main organizer are me from the University of Cambridge, So-Yeon Jong from the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and she's joining us online. Then Emilia Barakova, that she's actually here with us in present. And then Atisha Guznes, that is also here. She's my professor back in Cambridge. Let me just, okay. So the program of today will be the following. So yeah, I'm here to, open the session. Then we will have our keynote talk, that is Atice. Yeah, it was supposed to be Rafael Calvo to give his keynote talk, but unfortunately he has some personal issues, and so he could not join the workshop this morning. So, but we have, a great keynote anyway, so it will be completely fine. Then we will have a break. I want to notice that here the paper presentation will be 15 minutes earlier with respect to the coffee break, so be aware of that. We will have 1 hour with the presentation, so 4 very interesting work will be presented in this workshop, and at the end of that we will have an invited talk from Oggi Rudovic, that he will join us online, so we will just remotely present his work. Then you are all invited for lunch. We are going to maybe have lunch together, like a pace for yourself kind of social lunch. So feel free to join us. We're going to, have lunch somewhere nearby the conference venue. So it will be fun. Feel free to join us. Then after lunch, we will have an invited talk. We wanted to, just make the lunch a little bit longer, so we will start 15 minutes after 2 p.m. And we will have an invited talk from Deirdre Logan. She's from the Boston Children's Hospital. So she will give a more healthcare and medical perspective to the problem of HRI for well-being. So it will be a really, really interesting talk also from a multidisciplinary perspective. After that, we will have the second session of presentation. So there will be other 4 paper, very interesting works that will going to be presented. All our, all the authors, half of them are present here, so they will give some in-person presentation, but half of them are online, so they will give some remote talk. But yeah, we will manage the hybrid format, to be as more inclusive as possible. Then we will have the break, and after that, Maya Matarich will give as a keynote talk. Actually, she will also want to have like a kind of more discussion, so she will have some open question, and we can all discuss about that with her and so on. So it will be very, very fun, I think. And then we will have another break, just because keynote talk can be very, very cognitive demanding, so it's important to be present and to be concentrated during that. So we will have a very short break, and then Ewan Park will give her keynote talk. She's from the MIT Media Lab, that will be as well, a very, very interesting one. So I encourage you to stay that long. I know that the day will be very, very long. It's the last day of the conference. So I'm very glad that you are here today, given that yesterday night was a lot of fun. So I can imagine that most of you are really, really tired, but thank you for being here. I'll leave the floor to our teacher, but before that, I want to present her. So she's a professor of the Affective Intelligence and Robotics Lab at the University of Cambridge in the Department of Computer Science and Technology. So before Cambridge, she was a lecturer and then senior lecturer in the School of Electric Engineering and Computer Science at Queen Mary University of London. And she was a postdoctoral researcher at Imperial College London. Also an honorary associate of the University of Technology in Sydney. Her research interests are in the area of affective computing, social signal processing that lie at the crossroad of multiple disciplines, including computer vision, signal processing, machine learning, multimodal interaction, and human-robot interaction. She has authored more than 125 papers in these areas, and she has more than 6,000 citations and H index of 36. So I'm very glad to welcome a teacher. So, you know, thank you so much for being here and giving this talk. It's supposed to work from online. Can you please share with us if the microphone is working of a teacher? Great to say. Yeah, yeah. From the audience, they say that they can hear you, so that's fine.
So it's only on the budget because I didn't myself. So I'd like to cover other activities and people that want just on
Sorry, teacher, from the audience, they said that it's very hard to hear you. Maybe I don't know if the microphone is not.
Is it better? I try to
Let's see.
close.
Is it better from the audience if you can just?
Yeah, is it better like this?
Let's see.
I don't know if they can adjust some of those. I can't really shout. It's been a very long week, so I really feel from socializing in a very noisy environment. So my throat is already bruised.
A bit better, they say, from online.
Yeah. Is it okay? Hello. Is it better?
Let's see.
Can they hear? I think this is, I'm hearing myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's better.
So I just wanted to put everyone on the same page. What we define as social intelligence is non-verbal. So we have the user, and I mean here it's the VR synchronous robots, and you would like to first of all sense the user's emotion or affective state. We can do this in modalities, with the audio or physiological signals, and then what we actually need to do is ground our research and works in other areas, because as computer scientists, we actually don't know about emotion modeling. So we need to know, what nonverbal communication scientists and emotion researchers provide us as models. So we need to ground it in that. And because we work with machine learning, we actually need to have data. So either from elsewhere, or if it's specific application, require our own data. This usually needs to be annotated, so we need some labels. Such as, could be smiles, head nodding, shaking, could be even body related. Then we need to do feature extraction to be able to sort of feed the computers with the way they can understand this information, and then use these features to predict, to train machine learning models. Obviously, with deep learning, some of these things have been merged. So feature extraction and now are sometimes together in an end-to-end manner. And then we need to obviously evaluate the performance of such models to know that actually this is working. It's never 100%, so you need to actually see if it's working for our purposes, for the specific application. But this is not enough. So for instance, if we detect someone smiling, it's not enough to try to make a decision based on that, because we need to understand actually what is that meaning of the smile. Because people smile when they're embarrassed, people smile when they're shy, people smile when they're happy as well. So to just say smile is equal to happiness, it's very simplified and sometimes, most of the time, it's incorrect. So we need to have this contextual understanding. Understanding and modeling context is very complex. It's an open research problem. So if you're a student and you're looking for inspiration, work on context. It's very complicated, still open, so do a lot. And context means a lot of things. Sometimes it's formulated as 5 W questions plus. So these are the person is, what the person is, where the person is, with whom the person is, how they're doing it, how they're communicating, feeling, and then you can have many of these other W questions. The more you can actually respond to these questions, the more you can model context, and that's why it's difficult. But once you have some understanding and modeling of context, then you can do this context-sensitive interpretation. So now you can actually contextualize smile in a specific way because you know the answer to some of these questions. Once you know this, then on the system side, and this could be mobile phone, virtual agent, robot, VR sort of application, gaming, then you need to do this context-sensitive responding. So the system now needs to actually do certain action based on what the user has been doing or expressing. And that would create this context-sensitive responding on the system side. Here I'm just demonstrating it in a VR setting. So the person is interacting, and then based on some of these analysis and interpretations, the environment, the VR environment changes based on that. So this is in a way putting all of us on the same page when you say creating artificial intelligence. Of course, this is simplified as well. Here I'm not going into the reinforcement learning, continual learning, there's other learning methodologies. More or less it would follow the same way, but of course there will be some dissimilarities as well. So in this talk, I would like to give an idea and examples of representative projects that we do in our group as Effective Intelligence and Robotics Lab in Cambridge. So focus specifically in virtual reality, the work-like settings, and also for robotic mental health coaching. So I really hope that even though you might be working mostly on robotics, you could get some inspiration from the other parts of the talk, so for virtual reality and settings as well. So the first one relates to the VR environments and computational analysis, surveillance, and analysis of reality. So this was presented in the Effective Computing and Intelligence Interaction Conference in 2017, and it was sort of the first work in this area. Motivation is many. So we have been talking to people who work, for instance, on some patients that might be prone to Alzheimer's, also people who have ADHD. So actually, having cognitive training, computerized manner is useful. Originally, these people would be given certain exercises, which will be more like pen and paper based, or like certain exercises they could do at home. Then it was a computerized method, so you could do some exercises by computers or interfaces. What they noticed was most of the time people would start doing this, but then adherence is low, meaning they would not continue actually practicing. So a lot of people thought VR would be a very good environment because it has this sense of being there, like you're in a different environment that you could modify, of course, from programming perspective. But once you're doing these things, it really gives this presence, and you're physically doing certain aspects and not just in front of the screen. So the study that Daniel mostly led, the idea was to compare desktop setup versus VR to first of all establish actually if VR has some of these benefits that neuroscientists claim that they might have. So he created a memory break game in these two modes. And then he also did questionnaires that are related to measuring working capacity performance beforehand. So they actually also do these exercises filled with other questionnaires like this experience questionnaire to see, about their experience. So the game looks like this, and you see participants both in desktop and VR setting. It's a fairly simple game inspired by similar other games, so there's no rocket science there in the sense that, there are obstacles, you're sort of using your hand, you can throw a ball to hit certain items, and then, you're also gathering things like green diamonds, so you're getting points. Then you come to a door opens, and from the door there's some letters and characters coming out in a certain order, and you need to remember these characters also in their order. And then the game continues, and after 7-8 seconds of gameplay, this time another door opens and you are asked to enter these characters that you previously saw. So it's really nice. And then he also implemented different levels of difficulty. So I'll show you the video of both VR and desktop setups. There's no sound. I'm just going to explain. So this is VR setup. As you see, there are also sensors you can't see under the t-shirt itself. So we wanted to see, breathing, physiological signals in terms of electrodermal activity. They're also wearing on their active hands this simulated sensor, measure what's happening in terms of muscle movements. So it will show basically different levels. So now this is medium difficulty level. As the difficulty increases, actually the demand on the person's cognitive load and also handling the objects more actually. So the game speeds up and the number of characters in each level also changes. So here, you can start paying attention to the hand that's on their lap, which we didn't pay attention at the time the study, and I'll come back to that. But keep an eye. So now it's this hard level. Look at that hand on their lap, and we'll start seeing how the person starts really stretching it. Really showing actually that they're getting a bit overloaded. Could be both physical. How that time is going up. And the other thing is following as well. So now in the desktop setup, it follows similar sort of part. Easy as you see, not that much of pressure on the user. Now the medium level, level 2, starts to become faster. Again, pay attention to the hand on the that's on the desk. We didn't ask them to put their other hand on the desk or on their lap, so it's not something we actually expected as well at the time we studied. So this validation after we actually provided it. So now this is the difficult level. Again, pay attention to the hand. In a way, that hand that is inactive is in fact giving away what is happening in terms of that. Okay, so you have the idea. So the take-home lessons that we learned here, because we also obviously went through the stages of developing machine learning models, looking at accuracy and so on. But here I'm not going to cover that part. What is interesting is, and the lesson that I want to share is, we realized actually we should have put a sensor on the hand that was resting. So that hand was more indicative, but we didn't expect this. So this was a big lesson for us to learn. So therefore, if we develop machine learning models by placing sensors and then we try to get accuracy and do adaptation and claim like we're creating systems. But if they're not placed in the right place, actually they're not really utilizing the most important information that's coming from these. So this is more really points to reflect on. I don't really have the answers, but if you're developing, designing such studies, you really need to make sure you sort of look at this question. Are we placing the sensors in the right place that will give us the most valuable information about this? Because clearly we didn't, and we learned this the hard way. And then are we measuring the most relevant signals? You know, just to say, oh, we put a sensor and we are measuring is not sufficient. And how do we actually know this? How will we know that we are doing the right way? So we are placing the sensors in the right place and we are measuring the right signals. So these are the things to reflect on. And I don't have obviously the clear response, because if I had, we would have done it for that study. But this was very valuable. Of course, we had findings from the study, and we presented it in the conference as well. So what Daniel did was he created these two groups based on their working memory capacity baseline. So the high working memory and low working memory, and analyzed what was happening based on this. And here, I'm not going to go into details, but what we see is particularly for the low working memory, actually, the VR setup seems to really have some significance. So their working memory performance was significantly better when they were playing in VR. So this was really pronounced for levels 1 and 2. As you see for level 3, actually, there is a decrease in their valence. What this means, so meaning, you know, they're not as positive anymore in the difficult level. And probably you can imagine what's going on looking at their hand on their lap. So here, specifically here, we see actually arousal keeps increasing, but actually valence starts dropping. And this really relates to this theory of flow. You know, there are other theories as well related to gaming, but this theory really states that if we want to keep the player really motivated and engaged in a game, we need to make sure somehow we keep them in the area of flow. Of course, it's easy to say, because what that means is the player should feel like their abilities equalized, so they're not getting bored, because obviously if they think this is easy, after a while they're going to stop playing that. What's the point? But also, if you keep increasing the difficulty level constantly, then it starts putting them in this anxiety area. That's what we saw with people's hands stretching on level 3. So they start feeling like, okay, their ability is not sufficient now. They're struggling, start falling in this anxiety area. So to keep them sufficiently engaged, they need to be really in this flow area where they're not bored, but they're not anxious either. That's the sweet spot. So with all of these lessons, the new motivation for us was, we saw the game that they were playing, it's quite abstract. So, you know, if we want games that engage people and that, you know, they can actually generalize and take it out to the world, we need to have such setups for them and not just some abstract game. So that was the first motivation. Also here, there was fixed difficulty framework, so there was no adaptation. So, you know, it was level 1, level 2, level 3, just like typical gaming. Hooray, you passed level 1, now level 2, and so on. So it's not adapting to the user, it just follows the static way of increasing. So with this in mind, we devised another study. So this is spatial electromyography-based adaptive virtual reality game for COVID training. And this was presented at ACM International Conference on Interaction 2020. That was mainly led by Lorcan, but we also collaborated with Dennis Chan, who is a clinical researcher in neuroscience, specifically expertise in Alzheimer's and related aspects. And Charles and Luca, because we actually utilized their headset. So this time, the study actually had these two specific tasks. So for working memory, it was a virtual supermarket, so much more exciting than just throwing a ball. And for episodic memory, it was a museum. So here, really, the idea is, you know, some people that might have memory-related stuff, what do they still do? They still need to go on a shop, right? Of course, they could do online shopping, but still, you know, they need to get out of the house. And possibly, they would still go to places like a museum or similar environments. So here's the environment of the supermarket. So Lorcan really did a great job creating all of these environments. And you see here him wearing the headset and has these two motion controllers in his hands. And then the people are giving a list of items to buy from the supermarket. They need to remember this. And then they need to actually start moving around the supermarket, look for these items, and they can interact with the base. This controller is taken the basket. As they remember and pick up the correct item, they actually start getting points as well, and they can see this, so they see the reward, so to say. In the museum, this was for episodic memory, they come to a museum and they also start moving around. Certain items or objects in the museum are highlighted, showing that they will disappear, and they're expected to remember the location of the items. So once this is done, the user is taken back to the entrance of the museum. Now they need to start from the beginning and walk around and remember actually which item was where and correctly try to place it and get points for that. And he created different difficulty levels for this as well. The way we did data acquisition here is, of course, we know face is very indicative for affect and cognitive mode and so on, but in VR, the face is included, right? So what we did instead is we have these EMG sensors inside the headset that could help us sense what is happening in the facial muscles. They're expressing certain things. So this was in collaboration with MTech because they specialize in VR-based sensing and sensors. And then when they were doing certain session, they would actually report to us, how we felt in terms of arousal and valence. So this slide. Then in terms of features, we actually looked at this car approximation, and we also extracted time and time to classify billion features and created these classifiers. Didn't really matter that much which one you would take. The approximate accuracy was similar across them. So for valence around 65% and for arousal around 76%. In fact, physiological signals are known to be better or informative for arousal predictions. So they were much harder than physiological signals. Sort of expected. And then for adaptation, the goal was, remember that flow, the theory of flow that I showed, to try to keep the user in a state of flow, how we could do that. And here, actually, as a first step, it was really a simple rule-based system. So, for instance, I'll give some examples. So if the person has perfect score, so they're doing really well, and their state is seen as calm in terms of arousal, which means they're not stressed. A negative in terms of valence means, well, maybe they're getting bored, right? Because they're not stressed. But valence-wise, they're not feeling very positive, but the score is good. So it means that they're getting bored, so we increase the difficulty level. Another example is, for instance, valence is positive, so they're enjoying what's happening, but the score is imperfect. Well, we don't change the difficulty because they're still enjoying, right? So there's no point in that sense trying to sort of stress them out. And for instance, the last one, energetic negative score means they're not really doing very well, so the score is actually negative. Energetic means arousal is high, so they're probably getting stressed because valence is negative. So they're not doing well, they're stressed, they're feeling negative. Well, it's probably too challenging for them, so increase the difficulty level. And then after training the machine learning models on the first study, the second study was an intervention case study. So this time, in fact, in collaboration with your science department, we recruited people that are older with their help. And in fact, one of the nurses came also administer the typical questionnaires they use for such things. And then they played both adaptive and unadaptive versions in a randomized order. And then they reported their subjective experience. We can't really do much of a typical classical statistical analysis because we only managed to get 6. It's very difficult, in fact, to get such. They're not clinical patients, but still, it's sort of elderly population. But it was indicative for us to see, for instance, comparing adaptive, non-adaptive versions, so they enjoyed both sessions. But what we see in the adaptive version overall, the trend is that their competence, their feeling of competence is built. So they feel actually they're able to do it well. And also there is a decreased feeling of challenge, but this is together with the increased feeling of flow, which means they're actually still in a state of flow. They feel competent, even though the challenge levels decrease. So this really shows us there is definitely potential of using adaptive neural gaming for doing such cognitive training exercise. So this was the first part. The second one I'll be looking at is called the EU Horizon 2020 Project Working Age. So this is a collaborative project, typical EU style. Here we have 8 partners, majority of them in fact are industry, only 3 are academic. It's a big one, like 4 million euro project, and the goal is really to try to help aging population of Europe to have more healthy habits. So the idea is to create a system multimodal, and I'll play the video so you can actually, because the video does a better job of advertising than me. But really the idea is to really look at working environments and be focused on this manufacturing, office and teleworking. And how actually we can create such a system, deploy and see its effectiveness. So the idea is system analyzes certain signals from the user. So both physical and psychological, for instance, there's posture sensors to analyze their sitting too long, so that there's actually from the system side some intervention. There's environmental sensors measuring, for instance, how clean the air is or noisy the environment is. There's noise box, light conditions. There's also the facial camera, the facial affect, which is what we are doing, but there's also audio-related affect analysis, gaze. They're varying physiological signals, I think empathetica and head, brain-related signals. So there's a lot of sensors. And then there's this virtual agent side. So the system really is supposed to personalize and provide appropriate recommendations based on this sensing that is happening. So let's see, actually, I think my can you hear? Okay, so yes. So what I want to show here is very big part. But again, I want to focus on this lesson here. He initially created the work-life setting and replicated it in different countries, Germany, in fact, 2 company and Italy as well. In fact, and then the actual users come and do work-life tasks, and we record them, and also those signals you see, in fact, brain, there's microphone, cameras, and so on. But here I just want to show actually created generic models for detecting action units, predicting expressions, but also valence arousal, so the full spectrum, the talk about recognizing facial expressions. Actually, units are these micro movements. The typical expressions are the 6 basic expressions, which I do not think they're useful at all, but I want to show here as an indication, and we'll around here as well. So this is a generic model, works frame by frame. And generic meaning we use actually data sets that are available for research purposes, not our own data set. The typical data set is the challenges for recognizing expressions and so on. And you'll see here how models trained on that won't work like this, because the expressions are very subtle. You can see these constant predictions changing based on frame by frame, and how in fact, some of the predictions would not actually fall, so they're actually misclassifying, misrecognizing. So, because the reason is, of course, when we have this generic expression or affect data sets, they do not consider context, right? So even in the wild ones, actually take images or videos or photos that are straight from the internet, could be in different contexts, but again, most of them are exaggerated, so they're not contextualized. To train models there and try to apply in settings where expressivity is very subtle, because in work-like settings, you don't do things like you're surprised and you're angry, it's very subtle things. So that really shows what I want to highlight here. Affect recognition does not really generalize well. So if some companies try to sell the software and things like that, just you have to bear in mind for what you're going to use, right? So you have to ask these questions. Then you also develop models or studies. Are we taking into account contextual aspects? And the example I gave you was the person was doing work like art. If you're taking it into account, how do you do that? Then are we taking into account person-specific aspects like gender, culture, even background, age, because this is the working age, so it was actually mainly to be for elderly people. And what we realized when we try to get data sets to train for people who are aging, the first thing you notice is there are not many data sets. Most of the data sets that are out there are for young and sort of middle-aged adults. So let's say 18 to 35. So if you want to train models for children, very rare, you cannot find data sets. Children's expression is completely different. They don't have wrinkles when they smile. They also do more exaggerated ones, but not the prototypical Ekman expression. You want to look at people who are aging, it's completely different because they start having, and I have it already as well, I start having wrinkles here in the middle, which is for action unit 4, but I'm not doing action unit 4, I'm just getting old, right? So you don't have these data sets, and then you just train generic models and try to tell the person is sad or upset. No, the person is aging. So, it's really important, and we cannot really create these models because we don't have the data sets. So then the questions are we investigating for whom the trained models work well and why? Are we able to say they don't work for this age group? No, if you look at most of the papers, develop algorithms, they'll say 90% accuracy, 95% accuracy. Yes, but for whom? So this is what we need to ask. And then, are they biased as well? And what are we doing to mitigate this issue? So we have some papers on this aspect. I'm not going to cover it here, but we have, for instance, assessment of facial periodic affect in work-like settings. Then also continual learning, which can actually help to mitigate some of this because you don't assume we have a data set that is already used at once. Instead, you're saying, okay, I will learn incrementally and I'll actually adapt to the person. So that really helps with the adaptation aspect. Then we also investigated bias and fairness of facial expression. And we realized actually the data sets that are available are biased, and therefore the recognition is biased. Then we started creating mitigation of this. So how can we actually mitigate bias? And this is on RGB transactions on effective computing. So we use this domain incremental continual learning for mitigating bias, both for action unit recognition and facial expression. So if you're interested in those aspects, I would recommend you. Now, how much time do I have?
Yeah, you still have like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay. So the last part is probably more related to this conference because now I'm bringing actually robots into scene as well. So it will be more contextualized for the conference itself. So it is related to creating data-driven robotic mental well-being coaches. And this is actually a 5-year project that started in 2019 as part of an EPSRC fellowship that I received. And in fact, Nicole is also working on this. I think I didn't put the Nicole here because I was putting slides from different parts quickly for today's talk. Probably this is one of the outdated ones. I'll paste her. I think I have a version between it, but probably was for the previous workshop. So Nicole joined last the team, and therefore this is an outdated slide. But anyhow, so here really, what is our vision? Our vision is not to have this Wizard of Oz style. So, you know, I mean, it's not a criticism because obviously the robots that are available now, there's have a lot of limitations. So it's much easier to do Wizard of Oz studies for scripted interactions. And we did some of these as well. So I'm not blaming anyone, but we want to start moving away from this towards autonomous coaches. And we also want to employ multimodal aspects, so sensing and responding in a multimodal manner. But also we want to do not just a single one-off session, but long-term, longitudinal, because coaching, such as mindfulness or positive psychology and so on, it needs to happen actually over multiple sessions. And if you're creating this autonomous robot, we also want it to personalize. That's the idea. Our approach so far is different things. So mostly the iterative design, which means we do certain studies, then we talk to the people, the coaches as well, work with human coaches. We learn from this and we then adjust things, modify, then we do another study, we learn more lessons. In fact, we learn a lot of lessons, probably more lessons that we can implement, but it's so great and exciting. So we have actually different papers. I won't be covering all of them. In fact, most of them are in RO-MAN, but now I want to focus on this data-driven aspect. So here I mainly will focus on continual learning because continual learning is really quite important for doing these personalized and customizable interactions. So both at the sensing level, but if you can do obviously sensing in a customizable manner, you can also do the adaptation in a customizable. So in terms of robotics context, the first thing we did was we proposed this theoretical approach, continual learning for effective robotics, and it was HRI4Wellbeing RO-MAN22, where we actually discussed why it is important and can be useful for effective robotics, and what it means in the context of effective robotics, and how we can actually formulate the questions in a continual learning manner. I cannot really cover all of it, so I suggest you read the paper, but here I'm just putting together the criticism I was doing about traditional machine learning approaches next to continual learning and how continual learning can help. As I said, most of the time, machine learning approaches are trained on benchmark data sets where the assumption is all the data is available at once and it can generalize to other people. Obviously, it can personalize. And when you train the data, obviously, it can be very different from your target user group, just like I explained. To train on young adults, but this is on older or children, it's not going to work, but that's the assumption that it will work. So this generalization really comes at the cost of learning individual groups. So you can't really learn those. And also, to retrain and update these models is very time and effort consuming. Instead, continual learning, the idea is we don't have this data in one go, all of it, but actually the agents, the systems need to acquire the data on the go. So they need to start somewhere, but then they need to keep acquiring more data, learning as they go, so to say. So it's incremental and also sequential, meaning they don't learn at once, but it's one after another. It could be one after using another user, or for the same user, one expression after another expression, and so on. And then there's also this adaptation aspect in learning, so it doesn't forget. Of course, it learns incrementally, but it shouldn't forget, just like humans do. And the children learn how you express anger, but they don't forget how you express happiness, right? So it's sort of keep requiring. And I'm not going to go into the formulations, but theoretically, we have it in the paper. Just as an illustration, the idea would be to do this new instances and new concepts, and that's what you see in the illustration. The idea would be, to actually adapt to new instances and new concepts. And sometimes you could hear or see this as task incremental class incremental learning. So for instance, for class incremental, it would be for a user, you learn different class, and that could be an expression class. So you learn what the neutral for that person is. Next, you start learning how angry for that person is. Obviously, initially your learning is not going to look very good, but as you get more data, you start learning better how anger looks for that person. And then you keep in mind neutral and anger, but you start learning how happiness looks for that person. That would be class incremental learning. And task could be, for instance, if you want to mitigate bias for female and male expressions, so that's another task now. So for all the classes of expression, now you also need to learn how female express these and then how male express these. So that would be getting a bit confusing, but so that's the idea of continual learning in terms of class and task for instances and concepts, so to say. How do we put this into practice for effective robotics? So again, it was here in the context of well-being. So now that I explained more or less how the idea would be for facial expression, I won't go into technical details, but the paper is at FG 2020, so we proposed Clifford. This is a technical one, continue learning with imagination for facial expression recognition. So you can check that paper for all the evaluation, comparison, and so on, and how continual learning is better in what ways. So we use that for sensing the user's affect. And then we also actually sense what they're saying. For this, we use available APIs in terms of keywords. And then the idea is there is this dialogue management that, based on the assessment of these two modalities, comes up with appropriate responses and gestures. This actually is available on archive, the paper, will be presented at Archive. So the context was positive psychology exercises. So the coach was going to administer one-off session-based exercises, and these are the exercises people are asked about impactful things in their lives in the recent past, last week, last 2 weeks, things that they were grateful for. So it follows a structure, and then recent accomplishments. So they talk about this. I mean, in terms of the motivation for this, you might hear and know positive psychology exercise that actually make you talk about focus on positive aspects, and it is really supposed to help you focus on positive things and lift you up and stuff instead of focus on negative things. Because if we have negative aspects in our lives, we tend to focus more on those and forget the little positive aspects. So that's really the idea behind. In terms of study setup and experiment conditions, so we have the robot was scripted, so we have the static and scripted interaction where the robot doesn't do adaptation, so just does the typical thing without anything, sensing, no affect sensing. The second one does affect sensing, but with a generic model, the one that I mentioned, this generic machine learning model, and does not do personalization. The last one does continual facial expression analysis and then personalizes. And in terms of results, we looked at different questionnaires. Here, they're compiled together for the ease of presentation, but in the paper we provide item by item. So if you want to see what you can do there. But what we see is, for instance, for Godspeed scores, what we see is the green one, condition 3 is the continual learning one. So actually, in terms of people's report, in that condition, people see the robot is better in terms of likability, animacy, and anthropomorphism. And in terms of ROSA score, you also see, for instance, what is significant there. And again, we see actually a learning version, and it's perceived as better in terms of work. And then we also have customized questions, and you see particularly for how they felt. So it's very small on my screen. I have to read it. How they felt. We see actually what we wanted to do has been accomplished. So the continual learning one really is perceived as the robot actually understood how the user felt. So it has a lot of potential, but some takeaway points for things to reflect on. Here, the adaptation was done based on unimodal perception, so it was based on facial affect, so it would be good to take into account other modalities. And also, this was a one-off session because we wanted to see as a proof of concept if continual learning works before putting people through 5-6 weeks of session. If you have done longitudinal studies, you know how effort and time consuming it is, and people drop out as well. So first we want to see, well, does it work? If it works, then might actually. And then I'm not going to cover this, but just to let you know, from all the different studies we actually put together, Nicole and Minya did this meta-analysis paper called Robots as Mental Wellbeing Coaches, Design and Ethical Recommendations. It is now available on archive because Arzu was asking, so I mentioned I'll send it to you. So now you can actually find it on archive, and it is under review as well, but you can already access it. I would recommend it because we really focused on 3 different studies, really this iterative aspect, different studies, learning from it, another study, and so on. And some of the lessons are from the last work I presented, from this continual personalization of the robot. And also the design and ethical recommendations are there. If you read the paper and have comments and feedback, please let us know. We are always open to that. So don't just read but criticize as well. That's how we learn. And this is actually, how the paper looks, the 3 studies. So with this, I would like to actually finish the talk. And I would like to acknowledge everyone this time. I didn't forget. So my team throughout the years, it's really great to see them flourish. For instance, Oya was a postdoc. It was great to see actually also her and her student getting the best paper award. That's the beauty of academia. So yeah, it's really great to work with fantastic people, also students, and the funders. Without them, we won't be able to do such studies. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take some questions.
So thank you so much, teacher, for such an inspiring and interesting presentation, and thank you for preparing it with such short notice. So we just decide for her to give their thought yesterday. So she was great.
Yeah. I thought how we could make it as a personal situation. That's why I'm the replacement.
Yeah, a great one. So yeah, if you have any questions, yeah. Maybe you can come here so in the online can also hear you.
Thank you so much. First of all, to bringing this topic of questioning machine learning methodologies, because we were discussing this for 1 hour yesterday, actually, on the way, which is fun. Really, the thing is, this is a comment, but also my impression. I'm not a machine learning person, but I'm trying to use it to detect human motion or effect. And there's an understanding that everything works, but nothing works when you try to use these models. For instance, for stroke patients, we were not able to use them while they are sitting behind the table, because for upper limb rehabilitation, they have to sit in a table top environment and play the game. But when you want to detect the motion, we try to use 3 different models, but these models are trained with tennis players. So really young, middle-aged people, and we had the same issue. And when it comes to try to apply this kind of nifty things with machine learning algorithms, people always think it's cheating to use personal data of people. But when it comes to medical area, when you tell a doctor, I'm using this 9 people's data, but not this person's data to train this model. So they can say, okay, why not? So I should learn from this person as well, in a continual way. But it's hard to convince. How do you think we can make it more increase the awareness on this for people who are in the core of the machine learning as HRI community? It's an art question, yeah. But it would be nice to think about it, communicate more, because I have this problem.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. In fact, I think when I started working on HRI, and the project was 2013, and I went into the field, started attending conferences, I was surprised. Most of the tools people use are off, the shelf, so they don't develop application specific context, but they use what's available, and then they do these studies and report. And most of the time, they don't share the data either, meaning the interaction data. So you can't really use this data to be able to train new models or other models and so on. So I thought what was lacking is, in terms of HRI community, is understanding that actually generic models won't work for your study, even though you're reporting things, and how it was significant and things like that. So that's one aspect. Of course, I didn't want to say this if I'm entering a community in the beginning, because you want to first understand what are they doing. That was the first, to me, the first limitation of the community, because they don't develop and therefore they don't know what's happening behind the curtain. They take what's available in front of the curtain, apply it, and talk about statistical significance. But actually, it's something that doesn't work very well. So what does that mean for your statistical significance? That's the question I give you. And the second is, so that's the first aspect. The second is when the interaction data is not made available for different contexts, then you cannot help improve what's available in front of you. Right? So keep using this thing that's out there. You report results, still keeps exploring these things for different aspects, but actually doesn't really help progress that particular, let's say, machine learning product, then things are not openly accessible. So the protocols, when they're not openly accessible, the data, when it's not openly accessible, we can't really develop or improve this model. We'll just criticize it, and that's not enough. So you say, for instance, that it doesn't work. Well, the best thing would be, for me, the best thing is to start talking about it, to bring to the attention of people just like you and the others. I did this also for an actual pattern recognition workshop, some of these lessons, and we had a 40-minute discussion, which was supposed to be 10 minutes Q&A. It shows it's very close to people's heart. People actually want to talk about this. But most of the time in papers, you just see recognition accuracy, statistical significance, and so on and so forth, without really talking about, well, actually, what does it really mean with all these limitations in mind? So what I can ask you, please, is to start talking about it. That question, first of all, include it in your discussions in the papers, the limitations. With the doctors explain, can even actually show, some aspects, tell them actually, what's going on.
I totally agree. We should have more limitations and discussion, like sections, more than results. Like it's really important to interpret what we mean. And also in well-being. Now, medical people are questioning the black box because they understood what's going on, but they don't know the details. But when they know the details that you're training your model with some people that are not related to this community, then they will question this part as well. So it will, they will also gain awareness and question these parts. Now we are trying to move towards explainable AI, but we also have to move towards personalization, I think. And we will do a workshop, by the way, effect on emotion. It would be nice to chat and maybe to increase this awareness.
Yeah, definitely. I think, really I always say we need, my literature is saying for some of the things it took a village to do it. To change things, it takes more than a village. It takes a whole community, multiple communities. So, HRI, social signal processing, multimodal interaction, effective computing, even machine learning. It has to be done together. Thank you so much. Thanks.
So any other question from the audience? Yeah, please.
Thank you for the talk, very interesting. I was wondering if continual learning can be considered a kind of human-centered reinforcement, or if you could put that.
So we actually discussed, my student is submitting the dissertation soon. So he discusses the why reinforcement learning, not exactly because reinforcement learning still assumes the data distribution is uniform. It doesn't change over time. That's one of the main differences.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe when you have some kind of reward system that works towards a better payments or around then you
so what happens now is there's continual reinforcement learning as in the paradigm.
Okay.
That's I think what you're looking for. That's the solution.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the hint I can give you to look for. Yeah.
So any other question from here? Otherwise, we have a question from online. So Mary Urge, sorry if my pronunciation is not the best, but she has a question about the choice of Pepper as a well-being coach. Was Pepper viewed as a trustworthy, credible, and competent coach by participants? And also, what voice was used for the dialogues? Thank you.
So I would mostly say, so actually the meta-analysis, Minya and Nicole go a lot into detail about robot form. So I think that's another thing keeps coming up in HRI, RO-MAN conferences, and so on. You see forms being evaluated, but they're not evaluated in context, right? So you see some papers where you have the photos of different forms, and there are some generic questions, and then you say, okay, what's sort of zoomorphic, whatever. But we are not able to use all these different robots in a single study to be able to say this is better than the other. So, but form is a constant challenge in HRI community, and we have some understanding. And for instance, if it's more caring and to stimulate senses like that has been done with elderly in care homes, that use Paro and so on, probably more zoomorphic-like robots are important. But if it's a session or coaching session where you need to talk, so where the robot needs to do this more talking related tasks, and positive psychology is talking related, so it's asking them actually to tell about the positive experience. Having an animal ask you this would be a bit, strange, but if there are people that are not tech savvy, right, it will cause also confusion because it will be incongruent with form and data. So because it's a talking sort of related aspect, and we have now as well, but now again it's more childlike. It doesn't make sense to use it with adults that are doing coaching. So we use Pepper not because it's the best. In fact, we have other studies coming up, and I won't give too much of the detail, but Nicole has done amazing work, and this is in the write-up stage now. I would just say look out for our group's next works, where we actually look into how form, impacts certain aspects. So this is coming up. Trustworthy. I mean, I don't remember all the. So I would suggest if you look at the paper item by item, because there's so many items for all of these questionnaires. I don't remember on top of my head for every single item what the situation was. So I just gave this overview in this slide. Yeah, so I would suggest look specifically for trustworthiness in the paper. There's so many items I can't remember. And then in terms of voice, we just use Pepper's own voice, so we didn't modify this. I hope this answers all the questions.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Otherwise, I have one. Actually, you mentioned before that some more effort are needed from different disciplines like effective computing or human-robot interaction. I mean, what is your opinion about how can we do that? So how is possible to, just collaborate in a more in a more helpful way also for the community to move forward, in the progress also for this, because it's quite challenging sometimes if in the HRI community there are a lot of people that came from different backgrounds that are not necessarily computer scientists, for example. And from, the affective computing part, maybe there are a lot of persons that do not really focus on the HRI aspect. So I was wondering if you have any
suggestions. I think that's the main challenge, in fact, and that's why messages are not communicated across. It's always like everyone talks in their own bubble, but the bubbles don't talk to each other. So that's the main challenge. Now, bursting the bubble, obviously, I would recommend this because we all have our communities and we like it. Obviously, our communities. I started doing this because I feel I have a foot on multiple communities, and I think it's good to bring some of these lessons I learned to HRI. That's why I talk about it. I would say probably more is needed in that way. So if you feel you're like one foot in one community and one in another, I would suggest start bringing the lessons you learned from your various studies or what you see to your discussions with other communities. So also I think it depends. Obviously, it's easier if you're in a bit more senior level to start criticizing, because obviously when I was also a PhD student postdoc, you don't want to criticize, right? Because you're just building a career. You don't want people to see you like, oh, that bad one is asking this negative question. In fact, Emilia, now I want to share this as an anecdote. I started attending HRI RO-MAN conferences, and there was only a single person that was asking the question I wanted to ask, and that was Emilia. And I was just entering the community, so I didn't want to be that person that was poking, but Emilia was doing that. And actually, I was like, who is this person? I need to see who that person. I didn't come and tell her this, but the first time she made an impression on me was because she was doing these things. I realized you stopped doing it, maybe you got tired. but seriously, it would be good if you actually commented it on this, like how you were doing, because really, I'm not joking. To me, that was the impression. I felt most of the questions people were asking to be nice, to have asked the question. I mean, it's a bit of a criticism as well, but not really criticizing. Actual, critical feedback that will help move things forward. I think we are shying away from this, and this is stopping progress because we don't want to be the bad person poking the nest of the bees and so on. But someone needs to do these things. Otherwise, you're just doing statistical significance studies. Oh, great. But I mean, where are these things going? Emilia was one of those people, I would say, one of the very few. It would be great if you can provide some comment. You can close with that. I talked a lot, so.
So now everybody knows I'm the bad guy. But while I was doing that, I was lucky to be at American Applied Science Institute, and there it was a compliment to somebody if you really understand his paper and able to criticize, to help him improve. So I learned how they criticize and decided to do it in my community. And when I did it, people didn't like it. They didn't like me a lot. And also at my work, I suffered a lot with promotions itself because I was critical in many areas. But I guess criticizing is important if you are good intended, if you really intend to improve somebody's work, not just to criticize, to express that you are better. Well, we have to find a balance.
Arzu, can you come here so that online person can hear you? Ah, okay.
I want to be the third generation here.
I would consider Emilia as the first, at least in the HRI community. I mean, I also noticed people didn't like it and ask questions. But to me, the secret was someone needed to ask those questions, and people were all shying away. They were coming to the conference, no, meeting friends. But everyone, we have a responsibility to also move the science forward. It's very nice to be friends, but there are other students, there is the next generation coming up. We need to feel the pressure on our shoulders. What do we communicate to them? What are we providing as principles to these new generations? To me, this was the thing, and I mean, I didn't dislike you. I really thought it was very brave. I definitely agree. It needs a bit of, bravery, and sometimes causes to be an outcast. So there's always a danger, but we need to support each other in that. Otherwise, we'll just bubble. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such interesting presentation and discussion. Okay, so I think that yeah, we finished 5 minutes earlier, so now we have a break, and then we'll come back at 11. So yeah, the authors will present their papers, and so we will see each other's back at 11. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great. Soaking up.
I'm so happy. I'm not the one who will do that, but because I have been a student, I'm collaborating and not for you, but it's like trying to do it, and at some point I recognize it, data and this, and not even at least some part of the data of the whole patients somehow, like maybe the test, because we have several sessions, and he said, keep it like that. And I was like, person, I'm patient, and you know, it's like individual element of the different actions. So the bias, so that's their personality. You put it just in another. As long as you're not in, you have to yeah, so I have to learn more. It's not my area. I don't know. I get this courses, but that side myself, in that sense, but it's like I feel like as an outsider, we to talk for justice or say proper. That's why it was really nice because I could cope with it. Like, yeah, we take on. Yeah. So we are in the similar hierarchical level, let's say, but then you just people who know this area, I can not go further because you wrote the paper, but I don't background. So hard to, but nice that some people know that the papers provided there. So I think that maybe like object. So that's a good idea. Be the bureau in Sweden as well. Depends. Yeah, I mean, time matches. I now still have our meeting to check the dates between us, but it would be nice to ask you, like in person now, like which month would be better for you, let's say. Yes. This year or next, like but it's the winter time, like this summer. Nice. Yeah. November. Then what about like if with like January? No. Yeah. One grant, like collaboration grant, and the topic was effect and emotion in healthcare development. Your topic that has to bring down our partners are healthcare as well. And meaning it. So social science perspective, important, like they're trying to push that. Even frustration is like anger and some people engage with this. Sorry.
Do we have? No, there is no.
One. Yeah. Yeah. Because I was like, and so she was but it was super nice. Now we can like yeah. Yeah. Basic function and like that's collection.
Yeah.
Actually used for a lot. Yeah, so because they yeah. You can.
So the speaker you can.
Yeah, and actually, sorry, join the Zoom meeting and share the.
Is the link for this?
Yeah, in the underlying class.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the.
I know it in the science.
You.
How do I join?
It should be like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
email.
This I don't know.
Yeah, because there is no laptop there. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me check if I may table alimentation.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Then you don't make up.
Yeah, I mean, we have 1 hour break, so like,
Yeah, we have plenty of time.
yeah. I will share with you the link via email.
Let me give you my card so you have my name.
Oh, actually, I think I have your.
Yeah. Carte.
Is the ISG.
Pablo point de disbar. ISG, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You have it?
Yeah.
Okay, super. And I don't remember what was your presentation about, but I know that when I listened to it, I thought it would be interesting to discuss in the future, not today.
Yeah.
So
it's like this one, right?
Pablo point de disbar. Yes, yes,
Okay,
exactly.
great. So here I'm sharing with you the link. So feel free to try.
Yeah. My phone got hot, but I never got
It's like meeting royal.
Yeah, I was downstairs on the
yeah.
it was downstairs, the indication. Alors, Wi-Fi.
It should be like MG Royal.
Yeah, something like that. And I have Wi-Fi Royal. Wi-Fi Royal meeting or Wi-Fi Royal Continental?
Meeting, I think.
Meeting, okay, or event. And the password would be?
Royal.
Meeting Royal.
Oh, Meeting Royal, yeah.
All over.
Definitely not hackable in any way.
They give you a nice glass. They give you. Yeah. What is this? Then why do you get it?
Oh, is that? So MG meeting, connected,
And then I would be.
So yeah, I mean, I would just leave. So I was like, okay. Yeah. Yes. E. You know, like, yeah, exactly. Looking out, like,
Oh, I had my fight then.
I guess I mean.
yeah.
What do you just?
Yeah.
When that morning.
Yeah, it's a one shoulder.
Yeah, we Friday workshops.
Next,
Already
the first day of the conference.
for HRI. There, almost every single. Like we can only do the first day. Going from.
Coach Vital, etc.
Yeah, it's me.
So I was wondering, Nicole, where does it come from? It doesn't sound Italian.
No, it's not Italian.
And where is it from?
Actually,
Is it Greek or
I'm
Jewish name?
yeah, but I mean,
Never heard this in the Hebrew community.
yeah,
Michael.
people, yeah.
Do you know the meaning in Hebrew?
It's, I'm sure, yeah, we need to check the name and but it's like the wife of one king back. I don't know, in the Bible.
Royalty, so you fit by the home.
Yeah, like I don't know, in the Bible, someone, cite me.
Alors,
Your first citation.
Yeah, first citation was the Bible.
Nicole, I'm here, so yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
still
I'm-
there. And
you-
then, sorry, yeah.
I mean, I don't think so.
No, I prefer to. And so I don't make people. It's not very photos that will have no.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to try to share.
Voilà, c'est ça, exactly.
So session. Maybe it was just a session.
Yes.
I don't know. It's so yes.
Yeah, it was from this morning.
Yeah.
Wow, I just must have walked out in all the sessions that was. Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like, it's not like.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I really prefer always to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Cambridge. I was remembering you were either in Cambridge or in King's College.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was another,
Oh,
but
HRI.
I have to review,
HRI.
I have to review the topic, but I remember that I found it
HRI is
interesting.
about
So just send it again.
yeah, it's hard to get into. I mean, well, I have lots of them. Or really hard. I don't know. It's your special. Thanks. All the. Yeah, it was. It's. What's the
Right. Actually, yes.
Or the most likely. Likely takers kind of follows. I mean, there's like the format doesn't fit the type of research now.
That's my private.
Okay, I'll send you.
Yeah.
Can I take some water?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, super.
You can use, yeah, that.
Thank you.
They like how it drives their criteria. And
Drinking is so good.
Yeah.
it just feels like it's not like a work interest. It's just very, very crisp, very, it's a clean or sterile. It's like I haven't had this.
While on ISG doesn't come. Yeah, so I would.
Actually, I haven't received your email. No?
Okay, so I will switch to the email, to the connection via my hotspot. Because apparently, yeah, I will use my
Okay, that's fine. Thank
my
you.
GS back. Well, I don't need
Yeah.
no, I do. But they will get
Okay.
So. I'm here because.
I forced him.
I keep it.
I forced him to be here. Uh-huh.
I work in robot tutor. They are fair. But no, I think this stuff. And I was okay. I actually.
No, no, not receive it.
Okay, I just sent me from my Gmail password. Yes,
Yeah. Like it so far? You like it so far? Yeah, like
yes.
so far, cautiously optimistic. Really? Oh, okay. You want it to be nice.
Okay, I've received.
Okay.
Yeah, like how taking the robot out.
Wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just sent it. Can you double check?
On the ESG or on the
In the Gmail.
It was not even well in. So. But it didn't help. But now they set up.
Yeah, with
Very excited. What's there. Very excited. Big, any advance.
I studied. Yeah, hello everyone.
It's tired. I don't back, but somehow I love them.
Yeah.
So I then it's done.
I will do that.
And
Yeah,
then
even though if I find something that's or other.
Yeah, so I will get all of them.
Misunderstood what you hear.
Yes, thank you for letting.
I love right someone in the eye and they.
we understand what we do.
One lady come back. Bring a paper. And she was like, here you go, here with the pepper and the flavor salt pepper, and she's like 10 meters away, and like, because I tried to turn around and I was, no, these guys. She's like, without saying, I'm sorry for my neighbors. Like,
Yeah. I don't have to set up. We just have their Wi-Fi was. If there's an answer, I like the robot, but not the Italian man.
that's genius. That's so genius.
That was after the
Bring a little like you do it a lot to try to make the street.
again, that would have made too much sense because we were not thinking that far. String would have made it way more sense.
That would have been way more fun. Like,
I was on vacation. Developing. Like we were literally developing as they were driving. And they were pulling it down. Wi-Fi, they got there, they messaged. Oh, I can't pull this down and go try this.
Yeah.
And then radio silence the next 10 hours.
Oh, no.
They didn't tell me anything.
Oh,
So I'm
no.
sitting here on vacation 2 hours straight. I'm just staring at Slack or something. And I'm like, please just call me if you
Please
need
let me
something.
know.
You okay?
Yeah.
Is it still working?
I was after like not
Oh, you were sad.
Yes, yeah, because I've just been like all been doing it fun and development. We're told like a week before the event that you're not ready for a week, I guess. Made it work.
Except for the Italian medal.
Yeah, yeah. No, they made that work. The next day we would have maybe. We'll probably use those data for.
And you told me that someone said like Italian people.
Oh no, they told I think Amy during the interview.
Oh.
I think we
I
actually
would
have.
me out then.
I think we
If
have.
something was wrong with her.
You can push robots through that.
You have a potential hand model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. They get there. I was on vacation with my family. And why aren't they messaging? Like, because they're there and they're flailing around. I promise. And a million things they don't get that time. And it's one of those things like I was on a holiday, but it didn't matter. Got done, and I had like 2 more days. I was very happy after that. I was like, no one's gonna see. So that was.
I actually ignore it.
Yeah.
It's better.
Sometimes I
agree.
feel like once.
It's
I'll
also
just-
sometimes. I love stuff.
I don't have time. For
Yeah,
students.
exactly.
Yeah, keep it.
Oh,
If anything's urgent, probably.
Exactly.
I do not shade.
And you're shocked. But the thing is, colleagues that aren't working and that you're looking at, in case something actually is up.
Basically fine.
Just own it.
Yes. And I don't. That's
Going your way.
I'm like, so why didn't you? Why didn't you? And if this generalist could contact it. It's supposed to be a question, but I phrased it as a comment.
Yeah,
That was my thing.
I get this kind of question.
Yeah, when people go, oh, so what would happen if this, and this? Because what would happen if this? Like, is that a question or critique, or could you?
I think that's a very interesting comment, but elaborate.
I'm gonna put it a little bit. Sorry. I don't know. Questions someone asks you, be like, I don't know.
When I did
You must
the
have-
answer. Oh,
Yeah.
exactly like that, like you're just.
It's like in the paper. Oh, and in the future we'll do all the things correctly that we did not do correctly this time. Oops.
Our study design is fiction, but for work.
We will not have. We will not have someone pushing the product.
No, we will just. Reminds me like when you like in college,
Oh, yeah.
like for that college. That like. I don't know.
Oh, that would have saved us.
I don't know.
I'll give you.
Yeah. Because always. But it still does affect.
Yeah.
That's why I learned all these funky things from you. A piece of cardboard, this, or what is that, or what? Like, how do you?
Oh, we just have
Made a handbag. That was just like. Perfect. I still have a very nice.
it's pretty good. Really good.
And what?
I did. I did my
Your link. Somebody.
Yeah,
Yes,
please,
very strict.
please ask. I'll send you a list of questions
Oh,
that
yeah,
I
okay.
love being.
I will do that.
But now I can answer. Why didn't you just use on with? I did. That one. Yeah, I think that's the question. Just like you know the fun. Yeah, I think that would be a great answer. To someone's question. You're like, I think that's a great question.
Yeah.
You want to go look at that. And then how do you feel like better? Yeah. No, I use the Curie a lot. Curie is like a little white. What do you use for that? Okay, yeah. You click on the buttons? Yeah. Okay, now I use well, I was using Curie. And I was using Olive. I moved. So it's now I just made a AR robot. Now I just do tablet. I go to school and all of it. So so I can take 10 tablets and just kids and they can all do it. So I changed a lot of what about you? I haven't got. Oh, what are you doing? Okay. Okay. These are these.
1 minute and we are going to.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is. Yeah, no, that's good. You like. There's so many areas. So there's one. This is good. Okay. So. Yeah.
Oh, are you doing it? Oh, wait, I'm just going to introduce you and then.
Yeah. So I don't share the screen. Okay. Before we start, and but I will say it again, in order to take criticize and help, I'm very happy to learn from, but I will say it again.
So welcome back. So now we are going to have our paper presentation session. It will be 1 hour session where 4 different works will be presented. Each work each presentation will last more or less 8 minutes, and then we will have 7 minutes of Q&A. So like each paper will be like 15 minutes slot. So I'm glad to introduce you the first paper of our HRI4Wellbeing workshop. That is like loneliness in daily life, could agents and robots help and how? Presentation and first element of validation of the LAM or Life Companion Agent Acceptance Model. So please, Pablo, if you want to share your screen and go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, I'm not allowed because you are sharing.
Oh, yeah. Let me stop it. You should now be able to.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me online? Okay. Yes. Someone wants to say a yes. That's great. Just. I said to my colleagues here present, please do not hesitate to criticize and bring in. I will be very happy. The 2 first authors here are teaching in Finland. The third one is from IC, Sciences in IC Paris-Sorbonne. And the 4th one is a lady who has been working with people who suffer from Alzheimer and cancer. She herself lost someone, died for her husband, 2 husbands died from the cancer. So she's very involved in improving life quality of people who suffer. And I myself had a heart attack. And that's how I discovered the world of hospital. And as the way I started to be interested in helping quality of life, improving quality of life, and decreasing loneliness. The first point, sorry, the sharing removes the title. Why a marketing processor works and things like that? Well, in 30 seconds, the definition upstairs, marketing is a process of relationship construction. And that's what I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Of course. Sorry, thank you. As you see, marketing should not be a process of communication, promotion, and sometimes bullshitting. Marketing should be creating value and creating a relationship. I'll let you know 2 main definitions by Armstrong and Butler: process of relationship construction, and third line, which is the official definition of marketing from the American Marketing Association. Creating value for all stakeholders. In my case, for instance, we could consider creating value for nurses, for caregivers, family caregivers, for users, etc., etc. The first contribution of this paper is a definition of an ELA, embodied life companion agent. We could also call it an LCA. That means we are interested in any kind of agent, from less embodied to the most embodied, okay? But not in a just one-shot or short-term relationship, but in a repeated long-term relationship. Could we consider a robot or an avatar could become a companion life agent, like an animal pet? That's why we had interesting discussion, for instance, with Talia Moore in the Robotics Institute, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. She's an ethologist and an anthropologist, and she works on man-animal companionship building. And we certainly will make a next paper on model in the future on that. Okay, so life companionship. A second point, sorry, I don't know how to let the title appear. Loneliness is becoming an issue, okay, in our modern society, which is a paradox. So I will not detail the whole slide. I'll let you go through to that. But I'm a reviewer for quality of life research journal, medical journal, and you see an amount of quality of life scales measurement, okay? For addiction, for depression, of course, for cancer patients, for Alzheimer caregivers, cancer caregivers, whatever. For parents with a kid suffering from immunodepressive disease, etc., etc. A very interesting point is 1, 2, 3, 4, section number 4. Even if you go to Eurocaros or WHO, it will be extremely hard to find numbers. How many people, caregivers exist in the world, even just to talk about rich countries, okay? The rough estimation we can find are about 15 to 20% of our populations. So loneliness and low quality of life, it has become a public health issue. Okay, hence, so this is about animal companionship. I skip it because I don't have time. We started with the first data collection, 3 focus groups and 3 or 4 individual deaths interviews with people who have no disease, who have a normal life, who are students in superior institutions like Paris Sorbonne University, like Paris Business School, like University of Michigan and Ann Arbor. And we have started to try to identify, and this is a second contribution of this paper, situation of loneliness where our interviewees reported high level of loneliness experienced by them, or sometimes experienced by their siblings or parents. As half of my interviewees were foreigners, Indian, Chinese, living in the US, for instance. They could report to me the high level of loneliness and some almost depression sometimes experienced by their parents when they left to live in the other part of the world. And so we are talking about, even in this case, rich people in rich countries, okay? So loneliness, even though we are more and more humans and we are more and more connected, loneliness is, even for favored people with no symptoms, is becoming a major public health issue. And here we start having a typology. It's the first step. There was no literature on that, and that's an interesting thing of what I meant. The evolution of the modeling of how we could construct a relationship with robots and virtual agents. So I will put on the right the model, and on the left the comments. If you see my mouse, I hope at the center of the reflection is the TRA, the theory of action. In psychology, as well as in services marketing, there was a very dominant cognitive paradigm. Okay. Okay, so I will, you have the comments in the slide, which are very detailed.
I want to keep going, but the question is
yeah. Okay. So there was a very, very dominant cognitive paradigm. And even in technology, we were assuming that the attitude, which in that time, in the 80s, the theory of reasoned action, as the name says it, we are in a paradigm that humans are rational, and rational not based on emotional reaction, on relationship construction, but on evaluating the performance of the object or of the tool. Then comes the time technology acceptance model, Davis and colleagues, people from Michigan, by the way, again, from the Ross School of Business, perceived usefulness, ease of use. Then the time 2 in 2000, which is revised, and all the comments are on the left, and which extends the subjective approach with some more cues indicated on the left, and a major contribution, which is, now I come back to the full screen, which is an important contribution, the SRAM model. I did not do, supposed to be 2018, I just added during the break. By Jochen Wiff, professor at the National of Singapore, and he proposed a model with 2 families, the social-emotional drivers and the functional drivers of the service robot, hence the SRAM, service robot acceptance model. Okay, we see the SRAM here with the black indication, the black barrier. Okay, those come from the SRAM. Still, I'm specialized in emotions, and in the idea of constructing a relationship. Okay, when I had my heart attack, in 2019, I really thought about this. I wish I had a device or someone to whom I could tell what I want them to report to my little boy, who was 6 years old at that time, if I die tonight. I have no fear of death, but I wish I had been able to talk about this for him. So even a tape recorder, you know, and of course nurses have no time. care auxiliaries, doctors have no time, or maybe they don't want to do that kind of job, the emotional care. So the idea is that certainly we want to pay attention to the functional elements elicited by Virs and colleague and by the technology acceptance model, but certainly by the perceived humanness and perceived social interactivity. Perceived humanness and perceived social interactivity. Of course, we immediately think about anthropomorphism, but how about if the agent or avatar looks at me and seems to show empathy, even though I know he doesn't feel emotions, it is shown that when they say, I understand what you feel, it impacts our acceptance. It impacts the strength of the relationship and the will to continue interacting. The emotional experience, the emotions I feel towards the agent were still absent. And our objective is to work on the impact on quality of life. And last point, we want to add, because acceptance of an agent or robot is vague, we want to add the stickiness to the ELA or to agent. Stickiness would be measured by what? What needs to be sticky? I stay in relation and I want to continue the relation. Okay? So I make the relationship, the communication, the interaction last, maybe not 2 minutes like for a game, but I play for a game and then I say, hey, why don't you remind me what we discussed last day when we did our prayer together, for instance, okay? Or why don't you remind me about what was this program, which I found so interesting? What was the thing we discussed about? Because I don't remember. You know, people who suffer from cognitive impairments, etc., etc. And then I wish to loyalty, word of mouth, and intention to use the game. It should be visible, will to continue interacting. And this is what we put in acceptance. So acceptance is really behavioral acceptance. And I'm done now. This is the model we want to test. The colored variables are the variables I add in the model of Virs and colleague. We will use quantitative and qualitative research. And I'm done in 30 seconds. Quantitative, you know how it is. That's the horizontal bar of the Christian cross, okay? We have a big sample, but we don't go in depth. So I distribute questionnaires, I ask you questions, and in 10 minutes you answer, but I cannot really go in depth. But we can make generalization of impact between, for instance, emotional reaction and trust construction, between trust construction and quality of life, things like that. We can make assumption of correlations. This is the logic of quantitative research. And the qualitative research is a vertical bar. We have a very small sample, but we try to really go in depth, okay? And we would like to work both in order to validate the model. Normally, we don't use qualitative research to validate a model. We validate a model with quantitative research. And we have a sort of separation between the two. We wish to use the two approach hand in hand, like the two legs of a guy, of a person, and go together. And I'm done. This is what we want to work on, and we are very happy to collaborate for the moment. The objective is working with the Robotics Institute, where I was in visiting this semester, and I plan to go there next year again. And with École des Mines in Paris and Bordeaux University in France. And I will be very happy to have one or two other partners, so we can have like cross-cultural testing of the model. And thank you very much for your attention, feedbacks, and criticisms in the brief meeting.
Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. We have time for a very quick question. So anyone in the audience want to ask a question? Or, you know,
just a quick one. So you said you want to do a study. So how do you envisage actually? I mean, I tried to follow it. So it seems quite a lot of things happening in the model as well.
Yeah.
How would you, because the problem is such a complex model would be quite difficult to actually evaluate.
Exactly. Alors, thank you. For the qualitative part, for instance, we would like to try
Sorry,
to...
online. You can take the microphone to your hand.
Yeah, you can remove it like yeah,
Super, thank you. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And do the people online see me when I do that? Yeah. Okay, super. Okay, for instance, in qualitative research, where we normally use qualitative, you know, very often to validate a measurement scale. But we don't try to work on the link between a variable and a variable. This is normally done with quantitative. We would like to clarify what is the difference between perceived humanness and perceived social presence. Because the measurement scales in the literature are not always very clear about the distinction of the concept. I would like to clarify in this. We need one in-depth interview. If and what is the difference between those two concepts first. And then quantitatively, with divergent validity, we will assess if it's effectively divergent than two different variables. We would like to see, does this occur at the same level as an original driver, primitive driver, or does it come as a consequence of that and of that? Is perceived social presence an original driver or an outcome of those? This is another question. My guess is that this comes as a result of those drivers. Jean-Philippe Galland in the team is not on my opinion. He says, no, nothing in the literature proves it. And the model says it should be at the beginning. And I say, yeah, the model says it, but okay. The model sometimes it's a bit wet finger. So I'm not sure.
Sorry, Pablo, to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
we have to keep
So
stick
that's
with
an
the
example.
schedule. You can discuss, you know, after. Thank you so much for this, such an interesting presentation. Sorry about that. So now I'm glad to introduce you to the next speaker, Mariaka, right? Okay, my pronunciation is very bad, sorry about that. So she is going to present her work on exploratory study on human intuitive responses to observing expressive robot behavior. Please, the floor is yours. Oh, if you can, okay, that's fine.
Do you want me to leave the computer?
No, she will provide, bring her, so thank you so much again, Pablo.
Pleasure. I'm very bad at time.
Yeah, also, you know, for you, Marika, if you know, your presentation exceeds, we will have a short amount of time for questions. Thank you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think so. You can start, and if there is some problem.
Good morning again, and I will be talking a little bit on my ongoing some preliminary results. So bear with me for a little bit, but I'll be talking a little bit about human responses on observing motion. This is part. PowerPoint, yes. This is part by PhD. My PhD is part of this ongoing project that we have at the University of Oslo, which is called PIC, Predictive Intuitive Robot Companion, where we aim balls of you prediction for creating more intelligent. I will be giving a little bit of background information about the topic of intuition. What is it? Why is it important? Some results, or preliminary results, as I mentioned. First of all, why is it interesting that intuition, especially human, especially in regards to healthcare as well, as we want, of course, of us, these understood by us humans. Of course, it's very, as we've heard from many speakers already, it's very contact dependent. But it's also very important that we create engaged, fluid, and easy to use interactions. Therefore, I was interested in this concept of it as it's something that is not per se overlooked by a lot of people, but people just take it for granted. And I wanted to dive in deeper in this topic and see if I can get a better understanding of how different concepts work in relation to the concept of intuition. And before we can do that, it's very important that we have a kind of working definition of what is intuition and how does it work. And
how I look at intuition is as an aspect of time, even though it's something that's considered to be very in the moment, very now, very fast and very subconscious. I still think that in the concept of intuition, time is a very important element. So in the time, in the present, we have a human and a robot that interact with each other. And how we make our perception comes into play when we are trying to make an interpretation of this robot's behavior, or what is it trying to tell us. And based on this perception, we make a prediction about what will we go, or we will make a decision. Okay, how we will anticipate, or how we will respond to whatever this robot is trying to do or convey to you. And this general sense, this general idea, we took to some experiments with regards to expressive functions. So what did we do? We invited 50 students to participate in a study. This is a lab study where they were asked to observe expressive behavior of 3 different embodiments. We had humanoid robot Pepper, animaloid Leo. Thanks again to kind of borrowing this, and our Tiago robot. Why did we choose? We chose kind of distinctly different robots to see how people want different embodiments. And these were the robots available to us, so they are part of our study. And they were both showing happy and sad expressive function. We decided what was happy and sad based on principles from the bond movement analysis and some other available literature on physical motion. And after watching each video, the participants were asked to identify, okay, what behavior, what expressive motion did they think the robot was trying to show, based on a model of Brussels on balance and arousal, seeing in plenty of other talks. And we showed them in videos 3 different angles for every robot. And after all of the, and while they were watching, we also their gaze behavior and pupil responses, but these will not be gained for this talk, as this data is still used. Really bad. After this, we asked them to fill in a open-ended survey with questions in regards to overall experience, interpretation of behavior, features that they were looking at when they think they were looking at. I think that's important to mention. Their thoughts on the effect of time, and which are what they think is practiced in a book setting. So now the second part. Some of the preliminary findings. Most of the results in the questionnaire that I'm going to discuss, those are the findings that we have analyzed so far. For mostly in regards to perception and this element of time. And what we found is that the angle of observation, according to some reports of the participants, that really mattered for the interpretation, as a robot from the front, for instance, a Tiago robot was looking very friendly, but from the side it was a very, very angry. That's like it was not approachable, not friendly, and people thought it was scarier. Therefore, also the design kind of taps into it, and people want to have something like friendly and more relatable. I'll come back to that. So the design that really helps, so its appearance, but also the expressive features that will help in order to convey these expressive emotions. So those were highlighted by the participants that is very important, and these features mostly distinct from the head, as most important mentioned, and the limbs, as in legs, arms, and the tail. Another very frequently mentioned, or something that we found in their answers, familiarity with, oh, I have seen something that reminds me of an animal, so therefore I will treat it as this animal. I have seen something that reminds me, so I will make an interpretation as if it is a. So therefore, this concept of familiarity is very important, and as I mentioned, it relates to the experience, and also perception influences the ease of using the understanding. So basically, because of the appearance and expressive features, they go like, oh, because I have some idea about what is going on, I think because of that, I can do this, or I cannot interact because it's scaring me, or it's not clear to convey its message. And also this appearance and familiarity also seem to be feeding into this ease of understanding and ease of interaction, or this feeling that we have ourselves. So this is a very quick overview of the things I just mentioned. And I'm really open to discussing more about this, or if people have some interesting perspectives, I'd love to hear them. So if there's any questions or comments, I'm looking out.
Thank you so much, Margareta, for your input. There are any questions in the audience? Yeah, please, if you can come here so they can hear you online as well.
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering what kind of expressions you can use based on the different robots.
Yeah, we try to convey happy and sad emotion expression using we use pre-programmed behaviors from ourselves, so we didn't try to design them ourselves for the purpose that we want to keep similarly fair as the dinosaur, for instance, cannot program or touch at all. So therefore, we want to make quite a fair comparison between the different robot embodiments, but and based on these frameworks that we have, the different or the literature on expressive movement, we decided, okay, based on these features that they describe, we will categorize this as being happy or like positive and sad.
Any other question? Also from online. Otherwise, I have one.
Sure.
So I was wondering, what are your next steps, since your study is on a survey-based kind of study? I was wondering if you were envisioning to have an in-person study where you can really also evaluate, the robot interaction with all the embodiment components.
Yes, that's actually what I hope to do. This is the first study in my line of my PhD. So this is more like an exploratory to see, okay, what's happening when people do this. And I'm envisioning taking this to real world with some real people, and then seeing if there's maybe a difference in actual perception or actually experiencing it from a point of view. Probably with some elderly people, as we have some very nice locations starting some elderly homes there. So I'm really excited to see how we can use these pieces in a real life application.
Really looking forward to it.
And immediately my question. So at the online study, you get 3 perspectives which are defined. How would you do this in live study?
Yeah, I think that's very, very good, critical, and very accurate question. I haven't really decided on. I probably need to stick with one of the embodiments that we have that's available that we can use. So I'll probably be taking the scary refrigerator for now, and I'm really good to see if I maybe can sway them and make it less scary.
Yeah, please. Yeah, sorry, always for the online. Very quick
Very
one.
short, because
Yeah.
I know the time is short, but
Yes.
I have started, and one of my students did her master study on man-pet and animal-pet relationship. And as we cannot talk with the animal pet, but all pet users know that when I talk, she understands me.
Yeah.
So I was just saying, and we can have a high amount of love and companionship with pet. So I don't know, but I would think interesting maybe to look at this literature.
Yeah, definitely. And when I also have one of my supervisors, he's also one of the co-authors, a psychologist, and he also brought up this very interesting relationship that we have with pets, which is definitely something I'm reading into as we speak. As it's which to me is a very interesting phenomenon, and I hope I can draw some inspiration. Yeah.
And we are going to look at that. So Talia moved in Michigan, the Robotics Institute, among others.
Thank you so much for such an interesting work. And yeah, another thing. So now the next speaker will be online. So Aida, are you there? I can see you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. We cannot hear you very well, actually. Try to speak again.
Can you hear me now?
I think that the audio is in there. Maybe can you just support us on that? I think that the audio is coming from the laptop instead of the room.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can try just to increase this.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, now it's great. Thank you so much. So let's invite Aida to present her work on adaptive robot-assisted autism intervention for children with autism spectrum disorder. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Today I'll be talking about adaptive robot-assisted.
Sorry, we cannot see your presentation. So if you can share your screen.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Today I'll be talking about adaptive robot-assisted autism intervention for children with autism spectrum disorder. First, let me introduce the team. Anara Sandagolova, the principal investigator, Aida Mirova, that's me, and my colleagues Jansaulet Telesheva, Aida Janat Khaza, and Nazirke Rakhmbayeva. As you may know, robot-assisted autism therapy is an emerging field in HRI, and here robots act as an assistant and mediator to children to help with practicing social skills and to develop those skills such as emotion recognition, imitation, and joint attention. And there are some challenges to be faced by the field and by experts in this field. First of all, it's the lack of practical use of RAT within rehabilitation and clinical settings, and this causes challenges with standard care options and treatment with these children. And also children with autism, they are among the hard to retain population. For instance, the recent survey found that only 4 studies out of nearly 200 worked with 20 or more children from 2008 to 2017. And also the spectrum may cause different therapeutic outcomes and behavioral outcomes. One therapy may not work well for everyone. And finally, the short-term nature of autism therapy with a social robot prevent us from generalizing results, and it causes issues with transferability. And in response to these challenges, we conducted a long-term study with a large sample size. And this project is called CAMHOR, or Support Project. It is conducted in collaboration and on the premises of National Children's Rehabilitation Center. And here, children with their parents or caregivers are admitted for 3 weeks to undergo a therapy. Between 2018 and 2019, we conducted 4 experiments with 4 cohorts of children. And these studies were approved by a new IREC and Rehabilitation Center ethics committees. As per the intervention framework, each child interacted with the robot in individual sessions that lasted for 15 minutes. There were up to 10 sessions on separate days. On average, children attended 7 sessions. The main setup was on the floor to maintain eye contact, and we placed 2 recording cameras to capture children's behavior in the whole room. And the parents were welcome to attend the sessions, and we conducted with them several semi-structured interviews after first and last sessions. And there were overall 26 activities developed in 2 languages, Kazakh and Russian, and they were inspired by ABA techniques, grouped into 7 topics like songs, dances, emotion, touch me, storytelling, imitation, and social acts. A total of 34 children participated in the experiments, and we grouped them according to the level of autism and the presence of ADHD condition, verbality, and age groups. And in this study, we also refer to the concept of adaptability of the sessions. By adaptability, we mean a therapist adjusting the order of activities to each child according to their reaction to the robot and their overall behavioral engagement in those sessions. By adaptive, we mean sessions with prior exposure consisting of only previously seen, familiar, and liked activities. And non-adaptive sessions are without prior exposure, and these sessions introduce new and unfamiliar activities. And here the metrics. Overall, there were 11 metrics to assess behavioral engagement of children, and these were adapted from previous studies, and they include engagement, balance, engagement time, eye gaze time, affection, curiosity, aggression, stereotyped behaviors, robot's chest button, smiles, and words. And there were 2 researchers who coded the whole episodes, and the video, there were 46 hours of video data, and the agreement score reached 82%. As per the results, here's the main results, and those blue stars shows the significant results, and this figure shows that adaptive sessions scored higher engagement rate and engagement time, and the adaptive sessions were more were the most effective ones for children. And the key results are as follows. First of all, we found effects of a level of autism, verbality, and age. And in particular, children with high functioning autism, they were more engaged in adaptive sessions compared to non-adaptive sessions. And the verbal children were less aggressive and less curious in adaptive sessions, while non-verbal children, they were more aggressive and more curious in those sessions. And as per the age differences, we found that younger kids were more engaged in adaptive sessions, and children from 5 to 6, they smiled more in non-adaptive sessions. And this brings us to some key conclusions. And the first conclusion would be that adaptive sessions with preferred and familiar activities may help children engage more with the robot and hence develop social skills over the long term. And particularly adaptive sessions benefit children with high functioning autism. They spend more time with the robot compared to the non-adaptive sessions, and we couldn't find any sustaining difference in children with low functioning autism between these 2 conditions. And the verbality is a huge factor that may affect children's behavioral and emotional engagement, such as aggression and curiosity. And finally, younger children spend more time with the robot in adaptive sessions than in non-adaptive sessions. And these results allow us to look at future studies, to design future studies. And we would like to use user-centered participatory design or co-design to learn about individual needs and to facilitate learning of social skills tailored to each subgroup of children, as we mentioned earlier, for levels of autism, the presence of ADHD, and the verbality backgrounds. Yeah, here's the references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Aida. So, there are any questions in the audience, or like even online, if someone wants Oh, thank you.
Just a quick question. The now robot offers the chance of changing a lot the span of the voice that can change from a more childhood-like to a more adult-like. Have you considered the idea of watching the difference in production of the children by changing this parameter?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I couldn't hear it clearly.
I'm saying that the now robot offers the chance of changing a lot the span of the voice of the robot, and it can change, let's say, the general perception of the user from a more childish-like voice to a more adult-like. Have you tried considering analyzing the difference in the reception of the children changing this parameter?
I think we didn't consider these factors yet. Yeah. But yeah, it would be interesting, I think, to look at.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just to follow up, did you use robot voice or humanized voice for now?
It was humanized voice.
How humanized? Was it human speaking, or you just manipulate the voice to monster like human?
Yeah, it was more like human, like baby voice.
But you recorded humans or you synthesized the voice?
It was pre-recorded.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you on the email.
Any other question?
Thank you, that was a great presentation. So you showed some measures from the studies you surveyed. Did you think some of those actually, or which aspects you would say were missing from those studies? Have you considered aspects you probably or perhaps encountered yourself but were not covered in those studies?
Yeah, actually, there was one metric that we named pressing the chest button, robot's chest button, because it was interpreted as an act of naughtiness. Children were told not to press the robot's chest button, but they still were interested in pressing this robot's button. And we also coded this frequency of how often they press the button.
But why do you think that is the case? Or what would be the insight from this for your next study design?
I think maybe we should look at these behaviors that emerged during the interaction, and this particular metric was inspired by children's acts because all of them were doing the same thing, and it was quite a to say it.
I think it's very interesting. So I would actually encourage you to explore this because children are very tactile. So even though they're told not to touch the robot, they actually they like touching things. So instead of ignoring or telling them not to do it, I think it actually should be included and sort of encouraged in terms of tactile interaction. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, it can be also sensory word for children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aida, for the interesting presentation. And so now we are moved to our next speaker, the last for the morning session. So I welcome Matteo that is online, right?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So, I don't know why. He's going to present his work on towards social embodied cobots, the integration of an industrial cobot with a social virtual agent. So yeah, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Just can you see my screen shared?
Yes.
Is it showing? Okay, Stima logo, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. And now you should be seeing slides.
Yeah, we can see the slides.
Okay, cool. Right. So good morning, everyone. My name is Matteo Lavitte, and I'm a researcher at the STIMA Institute of the National Research Council of Italy. Today, I'm here to present to you our latest pilot study related to social embodied cobots. In particular, the tentative integration of an industrial cobot with social virtual agents. So this exploratory study was carried out as a part of MindBot, which is an European project funded by Horizon 2020. And it focuses on the mental health of workers during a human-robot interaction. So in fact, the experience of a worker interacting with a cobot still remains largely unexplored. And in particular, great research effort is still required to understand how human-robot interactions can resemble a social experience similar to an everyday human-human work interaction, since this could lead to the reduction of social isolation and increase the well-being at the workplace. I just want to start by saying that the analysis of human-human interactions highlights the importance for verbal and non-verbal communication, such as facial expressions or gestures. And even though humans have a strong tendency to impose narrative on non-humanoid robots, on non-humanoid interactions, today industrial cobots do not have most of these capabilities, which are instead fundamental to build a natural social interaction. On the other hand, the physical embodiment and capabilities provided by the cobots increase the salience and importance of the entity if compared to two-dimensional entities. So for these reasons, the objective of the study is a preliminary exploration of the possible integration of the physical capabilities of an industrial robot with the verbal and non-verbal skills provided by virtual character, in order to enhance the perception of the whole system as a social entity. In fact, depending on the perceived social role of the system, this could reduce social isolation, as I said, and therefore lead to increased well-being at the workplace. In this slide, I posted the setup that was used during the study. On the left, you can see a top-down view of the work cell, which was equipped with tables, the industrial cobot, a camera for part recognition, and two different displays, which you can see in the map, and that have been used for the visualization of the virtual character. You can see the virtual character in the bottom right corner. The first configuration we tested, the avatar was displayed on a tablet, which you can see strapped at the base of the cobot, while in a second configuration, we used a big TV screen at the back of the cell. Chosen case study is a collaborative assembly task in which the operator and the cobot work together on the product that you can see at the top right corner. And for each of the two configurations that I mentioned, a video of the interaction was recorded in order to have online participants watch the interaction and express their impressions using a questionnaire. Questionnaire was built with a set of items. We used the 5-point Likert scale, and we developed the questionnaire to explore 5 main features that you can see in the slide. First of all, we wanted to understand if the user was able to imagine himself in the situation in order to have some level of control over the reliability of the rest of the answers. Another goal of the questionnaire was to distinguish whether the viewer had the impression that the integrated system was acting as a colleague of the human operator or instead as a supervisor. Then we used the social presence scale to explore if the operator feels like he's working with someone instead of something, and the unity scale, which tries to understand if the cobot and the virtual character are perceived as a single social entity. All of these scales were also piloted with a group of 10 volunteers, and their internal consistency was proven satisfactory. We had a Cronbach alpha index always bigger than 0.7. And before running the study, we had 3 main hypotheses. So first of all, we expected the tablet configuration to score higher, not only in terms of social presence and unity, but also in the collegiality scale, since in this case, the display is co-located with the cobot and moves together with it. On the other hand, the TV configuration was expected to score higher in the supervisor scale, because of the presence of this big, that you can see in the slide, on this big virtual character at the back of the work cell, basically overlooking the whole task. And finally, we expected also the social presence scale to be positively correlated with the unity scale. In these two coming slides, I hope you will be able to hear the audio, but I reported a quick extract of the videos that were shown to the online participants. And in this slide, you can see the first configuration we tested with the virtual character displayed on the tablet that is strapped at the base of the cobot. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's get to work.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure you were able to hear the audio, but I hope so. Okay, and so in this second slide, instead, I have the same interaction recorded for the second configuration. So the virtual character in this case is displayed on the TV screen at the back of the work cell. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's get to work.
Okay.
Right, so at the beginning of the experimental week, we had 2 groups of 10 participants, and each of these groups were administered the questionnaire after seeing the video of either the first or the second configuration. The same questionnaire was then administered again at the end of the week after showing to the same participants the video of the interaction that was not seen the first time. Due to this small sample of the pilot study, we decided to just use pair t-tests and the Pearson product moment correlation to analyze the hypothesis that I mentioned. And as a first result, we can see that data showing moderate immersion regarding the imagination item for both groups, meaning that the videos were good enough to let the viewer imagine themselves within the proposed scenario. In general, the overall mean answers for all scales did not have any significant difference between the 2 groups, which also leads us to believe that the order of viewing of the 2 configurations had no effect on the ratings. Unexpectedly, though, no significant differences were detected even when comparing the scoring of the 2 configurations, so the TV versus tablet configuration, which could mean that the avatar alone was enough to raise the feeling of social presence and unity, and that both configurations could create a perception of embodiment. And regarding the correlation, we found a positive correlation between social presence and unity, and between social presence and collegiality, while no correlation was found between social presence and supervision. And this seems to indicate that for both configurations, if a feeling of social presence was experienced, then it was generally linked with a positive perceived social role of the system. And this is opening up for us interesting new research questions related to the design of these social embodied industrial cobots. In fact, we're planning to collect a much larger in-person database in order to have higher statistical robustness, and also to have results that are completely independent from how videos were recorded, and from the ability of the participant to imagine themselves in the situation. We will also be, of course, exploring additional behaviors of the cobot and the virtual character in order to define guidelines for the design of these social embodied cobots capable of trying to reduce social isolation, increasing well-being at the workplace. I just want to thank all the colleagues that work with me on this, and thank you for listening. So if you have any question, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Devon. So is anyone in the audience has any question, or else also online? Yeah, we have a question.
Okay, thanks for the talk. I just hope if you can clarify more about what is immersion. So I'm just curious because, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you mentioned that. So about the moderate immersion, and I was just curious about how do you define immersion? Because I'm from a virtual reality and augmented reality background. So when it comes to immersion, I think a lot of things. So I'm just curious which specific aspect that you are looking at in terms of immersion. Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. Of course, that was a very critical point for us because we are basing our analysis on the ability of the user to immerse themselves in the situation, and that's basically what we had to do because we couldn't do it in person at that time. So actually the imagination item was added to have kind of a sense of control over this aspect, and it's of course not enough. I think in our case it was directly asking as part of the questionnaire to the user if they believed to be able to immerse themselves in the situation. Now I don't have in front of me the questionnaire, the exact way it was asked to the participants. It wasn't, let's say, that a leading question, so it wasn't clear that you were asking their ability to do something, but it was a direct question to the user in which we had a general response of over the 5-point Likert scale of around 4 towards a positive level of being able to imagine themselves in the situation of the operator, which was kind of in a first-person view in the videos. If you've seen, of course, it was not the whole recording, but the video was going on and it was a first-person recording. So that was another thing we tried to do to make it more immersive. I hope I was able to answer a little bit.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Otherwise, I can go for one. So I was wondering, you mentioned that you want to run an in-person study, right? Mm-hmm. And so which kind of task were you envisioning to do? Some collaborative task between the robot and the person, or some more passive task? I was wondering how also could you take that into account to design the two different conditions?
Yeah, so I think for the in-person studies, what our main focus will not be the comparison between these two configurations that I presented here, but more of how the behavior of the avatar and the cobot, the joint behavior, is perceived by the user. In the case of the in-person studies, we will be again going for our industrial collaborative scenario, because that's the main, let's say, focus of the project which we studied. This study was part of. So it's a collaborative assembly scenario of the product that I shown, where half of the components are put together by the operator, half by the cobot, and then there is a, let's say, direct physical interaction in the joining of these two parts, or in the refilling of the buckets for parts. So we will be exploring the integration of the cobot and the avatar within the collaborative scenario, which is also say why I was saying it's an integration that is not extensively explored in literature, because you do not see many integrations of a virtual character in what would be a realistic industrial collaborative scenario.
Thank you so much, and thank you again, Matteo, for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry, I think we called it a thing. I just wanted to provide one suggestion, Matteo. I don't know if you're aware, there was a paper in HRI4 about adding additional things on the cobots and how it impacts perception of the users. So for instance, putting glasses and how some of the movements would impact the perception. So I would suggest that you take a look at that paper before the next round of studies. Just a suggestion. Thank you, excellent presentation, thanks.
Thank you so much for the note. Yeah, I followed the conference you mentioned. I am aware of that, and that was also something that was pointed out by some of our reviewers for the paper. I agree that showing the video, like just the eyes of a character over over the cobot could be a good way to add some expression capabilities and the social feeling to the cobot. In this case, we wanted to explore a more, let's say, complete integration, so that we are able to also integrate gestures, the eye gaze, and all these kind of features that try to make the whole the complete system as if at least the vision is to have it as if the human worker was working with a human collaborator there. So yes, I agree, and that's something that we definitely will be exploring, or maybe through a comparison between a full-scale avatar or just the eyes displayed, if I understood correctly your suggestion.
Okay, thank you so much, Matteo. Can you just unshare your screen?
Yes, I'm trying to do that, I hope. Let me just do this. I will disconnect and reconnect quickly because
I can stop your sharing.
Okay, thanks.
I have done it. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm actually very glad and thrilled to introduce you our next invited talk. Is Olgi Ludovic from MIT. Actually, he received a PhD degree from Imperial College back in 2014. He's currently a research affiliate with the Effective Computing Group at MIT Media Lab, developing models for personalized machine learning from human data. He worked on machine learning and computer vision models for automated analysis of human facial behavior with Imperial College London. He was the recipient of the Marie Curie Fellowship and the prestigious European Fellowship for Rising Scientists. And his work has been featured in Science, Robotics, New Scientists, and the BBC Radio. So I don't know if Olgi is here, you can. Okay.
Hi, hello, hi everyone. Can you hear me? Hey, how are you?
We can hear
thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you for the nice introduction. And let me just share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead. You should be now able to do that.
1 sec. Okay. Can you see?
Yeah.
Can you see this?
Yeah, the floor is.
Okay. Great. I have some videos. Let's see if they're gonna play as expected. If not, we will find another way. So again, thank you everyone for attending this talk. So the title of the talk, as Mikola just introduced, is Multimodal Personalized Machine Learning for Autism Therapy. And this is the work that I did during my Marie Curie Fellowship when I was at MIT Media Lab working with Rose Picard in the Effective Computing team, and together with Bjorn Schuler from Imperial College in London and in Augsburg University in Germany. And I want to give, before I start, a big thanks to Autism Society in Serbia and Japan, who supported this work by participating in data collection to make this possible. So I'll start now. So the goal of this talk is actually to explain, introduce the challenges that we face when we try to apply machine learning to real world settings. I know that in academia we work a lot and industrial with a lot of public data sets which are constrained more recently, which are made more recently in the more unconstrained environments. But when dealing with the applications like autism therapy, we are working with the real world unconstrained setups where it's very difficult to control how participants behave, and also there are many other factors that make this problem challenging, and I will talk in detail about that. But just for everyone here to get some feel of what does this mean, what does this therapy look like, I will play a short video clip that's supposed to give you some context about the problem that we are trying to solve. So this will last maybe 2 max 3 minutes, and I hope you will get the high level understanding of the therapy process that we addressed later with machine learning methods.
We cannot hear the audio. There is some embedded audio in the video.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just turn the volume up on my end. So the therapy. So the video that you just saw is showing an example of a therapy that I recorded together with the colleagues from Japan in autism center in Nagoya, and there, as you can see, like we have a robot that is used as a supportive tool in this therapy to help the therapist to engage the kid into the therapy so that the learning process, the teaching process, and the learning for the kid can go like in a more engaging way, and which is found to be correlated with the outcomes of the therapy. But the main goal here is, not to use only passively the robot to engage the kid in the therapy, but also to perform like a background like summarization of the therapy, so that the therapist can understand how the kid perceived this therapy, how it behaved during the therapy, so that the content of the therapy can be personalized to that individual. And the key parameters that we monitored for there are like affect, which is valence and arousal, which I will describe later in detail, and engagement level in the therapy. So these are the three components that we try to model using machine learning and the sensors that we used in this setup, which I will also detail in the coming slides. So just to make what is the problem statement here? So what are we trying to solve? So given the multimodal data kits, which are like the camera, audio, and the autonomic physiology signals, we want to use this data and try during the interactions between the robot and the kid, and together with the therapist, to automatically estimate the level of affective states, in this particular case, valence and arousal, and engagement level of the kid. So I will first mention, before even going into the challenges, I will mention the data set, because that was perhaps the most challenging part, getting this data set on which we can perform this analysis and the modeling. So to gather the data for this context, we recorded 17 kids from Japan and then 18 from Serbia. All the kids were diagnosed with autism, and their age is like from 3 to 13. So that's our target group. This a wide spectrum of autism that that the kids were diagnosed with, but they were all like a functional, and they could they were good candidates for this specific type of therapy, according to the therapist and the diagnosis scales that we use. And we focused on a single therapy session, which lasted 25 minutes. So every recording was made in this time range. And for analysis, we performed later continuous coding of valence, arousal, and engagement from these feeders. So what you see here in these two photos are like examples, one from Japan above and the one below from Serbia, where we have like the therapists working directly with the kids and doing the therapy that was just shown in the previous video. So what are some of the main challenges? I have only 3 bullet points here, but it could be a whole book about the challenges that we face there. But something that is that I would like to emphasize is that the data that we gathered in this context is highly heterogeneous and noisy and missing. So that all comes from the very unconstrained setup, because we had like a different stages in the therapy, like first like a structured teaching of the emotional responses, but also like open-ended like interactions with child and the therapist. So the child could move around. Also, some kids would try to take some sensors off, move the robot, move the camera. So this is something that would be expected in the real world scenarios. And we still want our machine learning models to work in this case. Something that is also extremely challenging in this particular population, it is very diverse engagement styles. So I'm not talking only about the cultural differences here, but also very individual differences that stem from the fact that these kids are diagnosed with autism. And as the famous saying goes, if you met one person with autism, you met one person with autism, meaning that there are the differences in the behavioral styles are much more pronounced than in typical individuals, which makes, as a consequence of that, we also have interpretations of their behavior to be very to vary a lot in a way, which makes it even for the therapists who work daily with these kids very difficult to estimate or to annotate in a consistent way their affective and engagement levels. So, system overview. So when attempting to build a machine learning system that would do the purpose of estimation of affect and engagement, we designed a system that consists of 3 stages, and this is like a typical robotic system that would be applied also to the typical individuals. In the first step, we are doing the sensing of behaviors, and we do that like by collecting multimodal data that come like from visual modality, audio modality, and autonomic physiology. So the visual is collected using the cameras that are placed behind the robot, then audio, the microphone so that we had placed there, and also autonomic physiology, which is like it's a wristband that the kids were wearing on their, in most cases, left hand, and that was collecting autonomic physiology signals, which I will also explain. The critical part after we have collected these signals is to do the perception of the signals. And what the perception means, it is turning these multimodal signals into the parameters that we are interested in, and in this case, valence, arousal, and engagement levels, and doing that over time. So we want to build a system that can automatically estimate and provide real-time estimates of these parameters as the therapy progresses. Finally, these estimations can be used in real time to modulate the behavior of the robot, so to make the therapy more engaging, but also can be used for like a post-analysis of the therapy engagement of the kids, so that the therapists can use that to further personalize the content and find what works for one kid, what doesn't work for one kid. Okay. So multimodal data that we use here come from, as I mentioned, like from the wristband, which is like an E4 wristband, which is a spin-off from Ross Picard. It's called Empatica, where they have different sensors. So let me see. Sorry, I cannot play this video. But from this sensor, we are getting accelerometer data, then blood volume pulse, which is used to derive the heart rate of the kid, and also electrodermal activity, which is a good proxy for excitement levels, and also specifically arousal. and stress level of the person who is wearing it. Then we use the standard open source tools like OpenFace to get the facial points and the head pose estimates, and the OpenPose tool to get the location of the body joints, limbs, which were used to profile from videos the behaviors of the kid. And finally, for the audio, we used OpenSmile, where we extracted low-level audio descriptors, which are like 34 descriptors that are provided by this utility. As you can see here, we instead of developing our internal tools, we wanted to use some like a widely available tools. So these are all open source, and we use them to collect this multimodal, to extract these multimodal features. So perhaps one of the very challenging steps that we encountered here was, okay, we have all this data, so how we actually make some sense of those, and how we annotate them. So coding of valence, which is defined as on the continuum of like a pleasure, displeasure, and arousal, which is alertness or excitement level, and the final engagement in the task, we coded on a continuous scale from -1 to +1. And in the lower right corner, you can see like what would be some interpretations in terms of the commonly used categories of like a human affected states. What we did specifically here, we had like 5 human experts who watched these videos, and then we created a setup where they used this joystick, and then as the video was playing, they would move the joystick up or down based on their perception of these affected states and engagement of the kid in those videos. So this would be like a real-time annotation. And of course, we annotated each of these dimensions, valence, arousal, and engagement separately, like by repeating the process. Finally, we described this in the paper, how we did alignment of these annotations, but we combined them in a way that we ended up with a single gold standard gold annotations that were used for further modeling. Okay. So what are like the possible ways to do the modeling of this multimodal data? So given this multimodal data in the typical machine learning system, we would perform a feature extraction, like getting from those like a high level features like a facial points, getting like a low level representations that would be fed into the predictive model. And usually in like a typical machine learning systems, we would do the group level modeling where we would split the data of the kids into training, validation, and test. And then in the training set, we would have a mix of all this data coming from different kids, and build a predictive model that would try from the input features to estimate the output, for example, like engagement level on a continuous scale. So, but of course, there are many challenges. Some that are typical for the standard systems are like a missing data, is context agnostic, but something that is usually not handled very well by traditional one-size-fits-all approach in machine learning is that here we have a situation where every child has very different and typical behavioral patterns. This, in a way, can be seen also from this like a matrix here in the lower right corner, where I know this may be a little bit difficult to read this matrix, but I'll try to give you some context. So when we say open phase 0.56, it means that these features were present in 56% of the, let's say, image frames that we had from all the kids. So as you can see, there is a large number of like a missing data for this specific modality. The same across diagonal in this matrix, we see for other modalities. For example, in the case of physiology, in 73% of the cases, this modality was present. And of diagonal elements here are showing, what was the co-occurrence of these modalities. For example, in the case of the open pose and open face, we had these two modalities being present in 73% of the cases. So the high level message here is that we are indeed dealing with a high level of like a missing data, And this is not evenly distributed across the kids. This was also very specific. This was producing specific distributions per kid. Okay, so this all in a way calls for personalization, right? So, but let me motivate this a little bit further. So when we put all this like multimodal data that we collected together and then formed feature vectors from those and then applied the unsupervised dimensionality reduction based on TSNE, which is a standard method for projecting high-dimensional data into two-dimensional space for the purpose of visualization, we found that in this space, like different kids were forming different clusters. And while we were aware that the standard problem with the domain shift, which would call probably for more advanced techniques like domain adaptation, this was like a very clear sign that these individual differences are extremely pronounced across the kids. So it is not only on the feature level, just to mention, yeah. So this motivates the need for personalized classifier, meaning that if we want to build a classifier from this based on these features, it will be difficult to fit like a one line that separates like a high and low engagement across all the kids. We would need for each kid to align, to adjust that classification boundary, which is the goal of personalization. Then there is another like important factor here is the label distribution across the kids. So what you see here in this like a 3x3 matrix is that in the first column we see distribution. We see the distribution of the two-dimensional distributions of the labels that were provided for example, in the top left corner, valence and arousal, coming from all the kids from both cultures, from Japan and Serbia. And you can see there is like a one pattern in this distribution. But if you look at the individual level, which is in the first row, the second, the third column, you see how this like a patterns, like a distributions change across the kids. This is even more pronounced in the case of engagement, and in case of the engagement and the valence and engagement and arousal, where this like a unimodal distributions now become on the individual level very bimodal. So this all tells us that when we are fitting the classifier for the outcomes like a valence, arousal, engagement, one classifier may generalize to a certain level across all the individuals, but then distribution completely changes if you look at the individual levels. So in order to handle like these artifacts, we created something that we called like a personalized perception of affect network. We call it PPA-net. And so the goal of this, so this network consists of three main layers. In the first layer, we do the fusion of different multimodal data. The first one is the visual modality that accounts for face and body, and we describe in the paper in detail all the features that we provide, that we used for this modality. This is like a 345 dimensional features. Then we have audio features and the autonomic physiology features. So we call this feature level. As you can see, we have arrows. So the green dots are actual features that we feed into the model, and the yellow or the light green ones are the decoded features, and the red ones are the embeddings of those features. So the purpose of that was to do auto denoising of the features using autoencoders, because we were dealing with a lot of missing data. So once we had this like a denoised representations, we fuse them together in the context layer with the additional set of features that are coming from the expert knowledge, which is CARS, is the Childhood Autism Rating Scale, which is a 15-dimensional vector, which encodes like the motor and verbal skills of the kids rated by the physician, and we use that as a yet another representation of the kids' interactions, ability to interact with the robot. And this is the static feature representation that is combined together with these dynamic features that are coming from observed multimodal data. Then in this context layer, we instead of building like a single model that would predict for all the individuals, we do segmentation based on the culture, gender, and individual level. So basically trying to leverage all the common knowledge up to a cultural level, but then when we are at the cultural level, we are segmenting this and allowing the model to specialize into different culture, gender, individual. There is a motivation why this, and I can answer that maybe when we come to the questions. And the final outcome on the individual level is that we are getting like a different heads in the output would produce this like a three-dimensional output, which is valence, arousal, and engagement estimates in time. As you can note, like there's already a limitation. This model is a static model, so we are not doing temporal modeling here. So that's led for further extensions of this model. But the concept, I think, is embedded here that these three layers are playing the key roles in targeting the personalization aspect. So again, as I mentioned before, like we are doing the denoising of the features because we are doing we had the challenges with the missing data, and I won't go into much detail now here, but the whole goal is, given the input features, which we call encoding, we want to find representations from which we can decode those features, but also that would be discriminative. And that's why we have something that we call the companion objective function, which is not doing the unsupervised decoding, but is also putting another constraint, which is saying, okay, we want these embeddings that we are learning for the input features to be also discriminative, so that we can, in the end, like perform the estimation of the target metrics, valence, arousal, and engagement. So for this, to learn the parameterization here, we use the standard mean squared error loss. And again, this is described more in detail in the paper. So what is very specific for this like a network we propose is that we do the two-step training. The first one is the layer-wise, and the second one is the fine-tuning. And we start from the group level model. What does it practically mean? So we have the input features, as you can see on the in the layer 0 on the right-hand side, and then we first learn the representations at the high level using the companion objective function. Once we have learned those, we fix them, and then we feed those representations into another layer, and then we again optimize the function. So we do this like a sequential learning, layer by freezing the previous layers. In a way, also learning like representations in a hierarchical manner. And then we do that all the way to the end. Why this number of layers? Because this is how we designed in a heuristic way this network to account for culture, gender, and individual. And this is like the choice we made. Of course, there are many other possible choices, but this motivates the number of the layers. So once we are at the bottom layer, we have the network that is modeling, that is pre-trained in a like a group level manner to perform the estimation of these three outcomes: valence, arousal, and engagement. So then, once we have learned the group level network, we throw away these companion objective functions which acted as the regularizers for feature learning, and then we move to the network personalization. And the first step in this network personalization is to reuse the layers that we have learned in the group network and start the cloning of these layers. So what that practically means, that in the case of the segmentation based on the culture, we take the layer number 2, and then we literally copy that layer and create 2 equivalent layers. But now they have flexibility to be like a further fine-tuned based on the data from the specific culture group. The same we do for the gender layer, and then the same for the individual level. And finally, we get like estimates that are specific to that individual. So one thing that we found is that when we were like teaching this network to do the estimation and feeding like the data of different kits, is that if we did it like in a sequential way, like one kit at a time, optimizing like the path. If I go back here, so just a second. Yeah. So if we use like the data in a standard way, like just feeding the data of one kid all the way from the beginning to the end, we found that the network was overfitting very easily these layers. So in the end, it would forget certain parts. For some kids, it would like heavily underperform because it would overfit other kids. So what we found that works best here is something that we call like a chain optimization, where basically instead of doing like the tuning of all the layers, like one kid at a time, we would freeze certain parts of the network and unfreeze some parts in a random way, so that we would allow the network to dynamically update certain layers without having flexibility to overfit certain, like that part, certain parts for a specific kid. And if you look into the training loss, this is also reflected like this in the terms of how we minimize the loss compared to the standard group level network. So again, as you can see from this graph, we start, so we have on the x-axis, we show the epochs as the model is learning, and on the y-axis, we have the mean squared error. So for the training, we split the data of the kids into 40, 20, 40%, and we did it in 10-fold cross-validation. Again, this network is child dependent because we have like the heads for each kid in the output of the network, which are specific to that kid. So we need the data of that kid. So that's why the network is dependent on the kid. We start with the group level network. So meaning we feed this like all the training data, and then we pre-train the network. Then once we do that sequential layer by layer training, we do the joint training of the network from the beginning to the end. And this is in the third stage, which is around the epoch 100, we start personalizing, which is a segmentation of the network. And as you can see, compared to the group level, which is the red curve, and the blue ones, we see the big gap in the loss that we achieve. And this is coming, this is the consequence of the fact that we are allowing the network to have more flexibility also in terms of parameterization to adapt better to these individual styles of the kids. In green, we also report the loss obtained by the standard multi-layer perceptron network, which wouldn't do the sequential training as we do in the GPA net. Okay. So just like a high-level summary of the results. We compared the personalized perceptual affect network with the group-level network and some very standard like baselines that could be applied to this problem. And so the numbers you're seeing in this table are the values of the intra-class correlation score, which is usually used to measure the agreement between the human coders. And in this case, we used the gold standard annotations that we obtained by combining codings from different raters and the model estimates. And in the case of the valence, you can see that we are reaching agreement of 52% with a high variance, and that variance is pretty high across all the models. And it stems mainly from the different like accuracies that we are achieving on the individual level, which I will show. I will also show that in more detail in the next slide. But on like the main message here is that like a PPA-net compared to the GPA-net, which is the group level network, we are having like a small absolute improvement with a high variance. And in the most of the tasks that we rank here, and we define the task as the like each kid has for each kid we estimate 3 outputs: valence, arousal, and engagement. So we have 105 tasks. So if we measure how many of these tasks each of these models in the first column performed better than all the other models, we see that the personalization method in 50% of the cases outperformed all other models and is ranked as the number 1, while GPA-net is doing the same job only on 10% of the tasks. Compared to the standard models like multi-layer perceptron, as a baseline, we personalize multi-layer perceptron, which means personalized. We first train multi-layer perceptron on data of all the kids, and then we fine-tune it on the data of the specific kid. Child-dependent multi-layer perceptron means that we use data only of that kid to perform the model training, and we report the results. Standard methods like linear regression, sample spectral regression, and gradient boosted trees are used here for benchmarking. And finally, we also report the child independent experiment where we trained the multi-layer perceptron of the data of n kids, and we tested on the n+1 kid. And as you can see, the performance degrades significantly because the model hasn't seen the data of that kid, which also evidences how pronounced these individual differences are in our data. Okay, I'll try to speed up. I know I may be pushing the time. How much time do we have?
It's already over, but you can keep, for other 5 minutes, it's fine, so that we have time for questions.
Okay, so thank you. I'm 2 slides to the end. So here, what we see here is actually giving us a better picture of how these models are performing. So in these graphs, you're seeing the improvements in terms of the agreement levels, or like this interclass correlation scores of the personalized network versus the group level network. And each graph is showing on the x-axis the number of the child, while along the y-axis we see what is the improvement coming due to personalization. And as you can see, on most of the kids, we are seeing the improvements compared to the group level model, but then there are some kids on which we are regressing, and this is the negative transfer, and this is expected given that we didn't have enough representative data of each kid. So the personalization doesn't benefit always every kid. Something that we found interesting is when we plot the empirical CDF of these errors, is that instead of describing this mathematical stuff here, I'll just comment on this graph. So what you're seeing in this graph is that we have 3 regions. So in the lower left corner, we are seeing that when on the kids for which the personalized model and the group level model are both doing well, there is no much space for improvement. So for some kids, simply, we have representative data and there are no much variation in this data. So even the group level model is doing well. On the other hand, in the upper right corner, when all the models are not doing well on these kids, so when the data is really not representative enough of those specific behaviors for the specific kid, then personalization also doesn't improve or help compared to the group level model. Personalization is actually most pronounced in this gray region, where we have where the group level model is doing a decent job, but due to this additional parameterization and segmentation of the network, we give it space to better account for the individual styles. So the message is, if you want to do personalization, we need to have a decent amount of representative data for every individual. And finally, we look into how the combining different modalities helps here, and we found that combining all the modalities is definitely more effective than doing individual modalities in the task of estimation of valence, arousal, and engagement, as would be expected. However, one important thing is here is that as we can see that for engagement, the body movements were the most representative, which also gives some interpretability to these features. And finally, the application of this is the real-time monitoring of the engagement styles and effective states, and we provided this to the therapists as the final result of our study, where they could see in real time how the behavioral patterns of the kid are changing, and also we provided a summarization of the therapy. So after the therapy, the therapist could see, okay, what were the engagement statistics, arousal and valence for that kid, and based on this, the therapist could decide if the therapy is the most effective for the specific kid. To conclude, so we show that the personalization brings improvements over the group level models, and that provides efficient data summarization on the individual level. And something interesting that is that with this method we achieved the human level agreement, which was also in the range of the 60% intra-class correlation when we compared like a pairs of annotators. There are many open challenges. The first one is that this network is user dependent, so meaning we need the data of that kid, and that the network is static. We didn't experiment much with the temporal information, for which we know that is very critical for improving the accuracy. And something that is, like, from practical point of view, very important is the long-term personalization or dealing with longitudinal data. So how we monitor in time and adapt this network to each kid. This requires, of course, collecting this data, which is not easy, but we have done a study that is paving the path for that, and we published it in the CVPR workshop in 2019. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, are there any questions in the audience?
Thanks for the very interesting talk. I have many questions, but just to, if I understand it correctly, would it also be possible to have the adaptation level within the personalization so that the group you said would not improve could also have, could you see any, do you expect any differences there if you would have a higher level of adaptiveness within the personalization algorithm?
I'm not sure. What do you mean in terms of annotation? I didn't get that part.
So you had the personalization per child, and you said at the end of the results there was a group which was not improving anymore.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was wondering, can you maybe share your thoughts with us how then the personalization effect could be used for that group of children?
Mm-hmm. So one approach that we were thinking about in this case was, that we would need to start. We should always start with a group level model and then monitor how that group level model is performing compared to the personalized candidate model. As soon as we are seeing that there are improvements coming on the personalized level, then we should switch for that individual to the personalized branch. So group level model should always serve as a strong baseline and the indicator of how well we are doing, because personalization can bring big improvements, but it can also, due to the faulty data or other artifacts, can easily diverge and overfit certain scenarios which we want to avoid. So that's why I'm proposing that group level model should be always used as a checkup point in time, especially when we are dealing with longitudinal data.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, we have another one.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I also want to show the clusters from the unsupervised learning. If that can tell the therapist that here of people are in the spectrum.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you well.
Sorry, I was wondering, you had the overview of the clustering from the unsupervised learning. If that overview could help the therapist to where children are in the spectrum, that could relate to things happening during the interaction.
So we did. So yeah, that's an interesting question. So those unsupervised representations that we derived were based solely on the data, multimodal data that we had. We didn't actually, I haven't thought about it. We haven't asked the therapist to look into those children IDs and to say, well, we know from experience that these two kids are very different. So yeah, that would be like another, that would be a level of supervision that we could include there to actually ask the therapist whether they agree that their behavioral patterns are indeed different as they are in this subspace of TSNE. Is that what you meant?
Any other question from the audience or online as well? I can go for one. I was wondering if you analyze or like investigate more the correlation between the three measures that you use. So I mean, engagement, values, and arousal. And you know, as you mentioned, getting those data in real real world setting is very challenging. So maybe you can use those relation between those measures to try to infer those. So I was wondering if you have investigated more.
That's a great question. In this work, as I mentioned earlier, like one of the biggest limitations was that we modeled these outcomes in a static manner. So we haven't accounted for the temporal information, which is like a temporal dimension of this valence, arousal, and engagement. What you mentioned is extremely important for dealing with missing data and outliers, capturing the correlations between these three outputs, valence, arousal, and engagement. We haven't investigated that, and the natural way to handle that would be to deal with like a multi-output classification methods, which capture in the modeling stage, they would account for correlations between these three outcomes, which would make it definitely more robust to, again, outliers and missing data.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your answer. Any other question? Okay, now, so thank you so much, Rocky. Very, really thank you. And yeah, it was a pleasure to have you here. And yeah, thank you for the very interesting work and, very insightful presentation. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you everyone for your time. Thank you. You have a nice lunch.
Okay, so it's time for lunch. So if you want to join us, we are going to have lunch somewhere nearby the, here at the conference venue. So I think that we will just, go to the restaurant, ask if there are enough seats for all of us and just get a table. So whoever wants to join us, please, if you can stay here and then we can all go together for lunch. Thank you.
No.
Yeah.
Otherwise, because the sound is coming from the other camera. Yeah, so we need from here. Other microphones are working, yeah, but the one from remote is coming from there. Okay, I will go out and check. I'll use mine and speak and check if it's coming from there or there.
Ja, ik wilde al mijn supervisor.
Can you hear me, Mehdi? Can you hear me, Mehdi? Mehdi? Maybe. Mehdi, can you hear me?
I haven't heard you. Over what? Good. I haven't heard you.
Test. Test. Can you check? Select another one. Because if you see over there, Mehdi, if you see our virtual organization, it says I'm speaking. So you need to check all those options. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you reply me back, Mehdi? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. No,
I don't hear you.
can you check another speaker?
So now the speaker is this one.
So we need to have this one.
Yeah, this one.
No,
Which one?
from up.
Okay.
Test. 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 Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yes, we are on break. Wait.
I think we have lunch break.
We just take a picture and then we.
Oh, okay.
Do you mind? Can I also make a picture? Definitely. Yeah. So here.
What are you planning on?
Just take a picture with the castle.
Oh,
Yeah.
then I should take a
Marketing
picture with you.
us.
Okay.
That's a marketing team. Yeah. So we cannot get rid of.
Still not working, right? Because if we increase the volume,
You're decreasing now.
yes, because this increase will make.
So we were in this one. This one is.
No, that one is laptop.
No, yeah, laptop. So yeah, this one is the one. This one is the.
There must be another setting. Audio setting.
¿Cómo se pronuncia Francesc a la catalana o Francesco a la italiana?
Check
A la
it.
italiana.
This is no. It's off.
Something is
Oh, it's from the.
yeah, I see that the probably saying on the go.
The one from off.
Bueno, hasta ahora. Sense.
So I was using this one. Yeah, but this is not working, right? I think I should also take photo with Ari and the cat. You have only that and that. One is very yeah, we have only that. USB audio device. I think this is the one. So with this. It was playing from prepare. Wait. What is it? Oh, that's I don't know. It's laptops. Laptop? Yeah. Ah, okay. It's the there's the only one who's working. Oh, that one is nice. The one, this one, it's not. It's the no. I mean this one is not. Okay, wait. Let me check some. There must be some mistake. fine. I'll go over there and try to check. Wow. Two, three.
Yeah, it's okay. Start again.
Test three.
Speak longer. Speak long. Nice. Try to speak longer because there is some noise.
Oh, that noise is because there is no internet, proper internet.
Okay, okay.
That's why it's like. It's good, but everyone is in meeting.
Where?
Everyone is in the still in test. Did you go and
Hello, I'm Christian from Anderlecht. Can you all hear me? Hello, everyone. I'm Christian from Anderlecht. Are you able to hear me?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, do you hear me?
Hi, Deirdre.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for being here with us in our workshop. Nicole, is it ready to start?
No, I will wait other like 5 minutes just because I mean we were having a lunch all together here in person, and I ran away from the restaurant because we were running late. But they are coming, so they needed to pay and just come. So maybe 5 minutes more. So at 2:15, as it was scheduled, we should start. I guess. Is that fine?
Okay. Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, sorry about that, but like the lunch break is so short, and when you are, in person, people want to go to the restaurant and so on. It's like quite tricky to make it happen very short in a short amount of time. So yeah, I'll let you know as soon we, have all the other participants here.
I see. Sounds good. How has the conference been?
Oh, very nice. It was great, to connect again in person with people. So I was really glad that, this is my first in-person conference after 2 years of pandemic. So it was so good. I mean, I really, really enjoyed it. And I think that also the Roman organizers, made an amazing job because they were organizing all these social events every night. So it was wonderful. I really enjoyed the conference. So yeah, it's been very, very, nice.
Oh, that's really awesome. I wish I could have been there too.
Oh yeah, there's like most of the attendees, I think they are in person. They show statistics yesterday, and we are like 350 participants in person and like just 50 that joined remotely. So actually it's quite impressive because almost all the people that wanted to attend to the conference actually wanted to come in person. So it's yeah, impressive.
I see. Yeah, I guess it's been I don't think I've attended any conference in person yet, actually.
Oh, but yeah, you have to. It's such a good experience and a great way to network with people. So it's been very, very nice experience. I just wanted to highlight about there is nothing about the Deirdre talk, but for the paper presentation in the afternoon, so there's a lot. Just have in mind that the first one, that is Emilia's paper, will be in person. The second one will be in person as well.
I see.
Third one will be online, and the last one in person. So basically all in person except one.
I see, except for the third one.
Yeah, just to let you know about that.
Yeah, and actually, would you mind like moderating the questions, because I can't really see.
Oh yeah, I can moderate the question.
Okay, thank you. Are you? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm texting a teacher just to double check if they are coming because we were like the 10 of us there. So.
Deirdre, are you on vacation now?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I see. How's your summer been?
It's been good. Good. Lots of we took a few little trips, short trips here and there, so we got away some. And it's been busy around here, but all good.
I see.
How about you? Are you still in Cambridge or have you moved on?
No, I actually moved to Northwestern a couple months ago, and actually yesterday was my 1 month like into the new postdoc position.
Oh wow, so it started in July. Okay.
Yeah, I started on August 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, but I feel like this time just passed so fast. But I'm learning so much. It's like so different working actually in the medical school. It's like a very feel. But everyone's been really great. Like a lot of people in the center I'm working at are clinical psychologists. So I'm like sort of trying to get like crash course in like psychopathology.
Excellent. So you're at the med school, so you're downtown.
Yeah, I'm in the Chicago downtown. I do go to the Evanston campus, like a couple of days, because I'm also working with the faculty in the CS department and also in the communication department. So yeah, it's been really great. And Chicago's really fun.
Your son's made the transition okay?
Yeah, yeah, his school started, I think, last week, and hockey like tryouts been going on. So we've been kind of yeah, he like already made some friends at school and some of the with some of the kids at the tryouts hockey stuff. So hopefully he'll make it to the team. Continue. Are you, so I heard from actually one of the romance kids that your one of your like your daughter went to college, or maybe like I forget, sorry.
No, my son, who's the older one, will be a senior in high school. So I have a senior and a freshman.
Oh, I see. So like you have like, so he's applying this year.
Yeah, he's applying to colleges.
Oh, I see. Wow. How's that? Like, are you like kind of like feel okay with?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, we've taken him to a bunch of places. He doesn't like to talk to us very much about what he's thinking. So, you know, I don't really know. I mean, I know a little bit, but he's a little cagey about it all. But yeah, it's quite a process. We'll see where it all shakes out.
I see. Yeah.
I think that people start joining. They're coming back from lunch. So.
Awesome.
So maybe in a couple of more minutes, and then we can start 2 minutes, and then we start. Is that okay? Sorry, there's the
No, that's fine. No problem.
Okay, I think that's, you know, more people is joining the room, but in the meantime, as I mentioned at the beginning of this workshop, we are, you know, multiple organizer, and one of them is So-Yen Jong, that is actually connecting and participating to this workshop remotely. So, you know, I'll leave you the floor to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Nicole. Hi, everyone. My name is Suyan, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Deirdre Logan, who is a pediatric psychologist in the Department of Anesthesia at Boston Children's Hospital and associate professor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. Since 2008, she has served as director of psychology services for the Division of Pain Medicine at Boston Children's Hospital. And she directs the postdoctoral fellowship training program in pediatric pain psychology and is a member of the ACGME Pain Fellow Training Committee at Boston Children's Hospital. Dr. Logan received her PhD in clinical psychology at the University of Michigan and completed postdoctoral training in pediatric psychology at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where she also served on faculty in the pain management program at the Department of Anesthesia. So with that, she is here to give a talk on her research on introducing social robot in pediatric hospital inpatient care. So yeah, Deirdre, if you could take it away.
Sure, thank you, Suyan. So I will share my screen here so we can get started. The irony here is like I'm, technologically incompetent. So just, give me a minute. All right, is that good?
Yeah, we can see
Okay.
it.
So thank you, Suyan and the other organizers for inviting me to the conference. I would much prefer to be in Italy right now, but here I am in my office and still excited to talk to you all. Suyan invited me to sort of give the clinician's experience of working with social robots. So, my perspective as a psychologist working in a medical setting and how we brought social robots in and what that was like for our staff as well as for our patients. So thank you for the invitation, and I'm excited to talk about this project. Just a little bit about who I am and what I know about robots, which frankly wasn't a lot before this, but I am, as Suyan said, a pediatric pain psychologist. I have been for 20 years. And what we do, we are sort of a specialty within more general pediatric psychology. Pediatric psychologists in general work with kids with medical issues and help them deal with the psychosocial aspects of any kind of medical experience. Pediatric pain psychologists in particular work around children's issues managing pain. So our duties really involve evaluating and treating psychosocial factors in a child's pain experience, teaching children and families behavioral skills for coping with pain. So lots of cognitive behavioral kinds of interventions for pain management. We also do research that's really aimed at improving our understanding of and our treatments for pain from the biopsychosocial perspective, meaning integrating all of those different influences on the pain experience. And we're also charged with really finding new ways to innovate our care to increase children's comfort. And that's one way in which social robots have really come into play. So in recent years, technology has really become very much ingrained in the work that we do as pediatric pain psychologists. So a recent survey of the current digital landscape in pediatric chronic pain really shows a lot of quality technology-based interventions that range from apps to wearables to websites, videos that are aimed at helping kids understand and manage pain, virtual reality-based interventions, and our social robots. Social robots in particular have kind of a unique place in that landscape, largely because they really bring that physical presence piece in a way that other technological tools do not. So we know that social robots have been successfully employed with children and adults in outpatient settings and can be really effective tools for engagement and stress reduction. Some of the advantages that these interventions bring are really that they are very engaging and appealing to children in particular. They can often reach some patients who don't necessarily respond well to human interaction. So particularly kids on the autism spectrum who may not always be comfortable with person-to-person kinds of interactions. We have often seen them engage really nicely with these tools. And they really kind of provide a combination of cutting-edge technology with that social connection in a way that's really physically present, which often makes a difference, and particularly, as we'll talk about, for kids in an inpatient hospital setting where they're in a hospital room, bringing in that physical presence really makes a difference. So just thinking about, from a clinical perspective, some of the advantages and potential contributions that social robots can make in our healthcare setting. We can use them to kind of provide information or education. So a child coming in for a hospital experience could come in and interact with the robot in a way that provides them information about what they're about to experience, and then can kind of follow them through their whole course of care and continue to provide that education in a way that's really continuous and has a thread through the entire experience. They can play a role in monitoring children's emotions. So kind of checking in and monitoring quality of life, pain, emotional states. And this can be done in a way where they interact with the robot and can be asked about some of these things. And that way we can get that data kind of continually again throughout the experience. Robots can be employed in a way that provides coaching and motivation. So for example, a child who's trying to keep adherent to a medical regimen, a robot could play a role in reminding them and finding ways to motivate them to follow through on what they're required to do. A robot could teach behavioral coping skills. So example, teaching some relaxation strategies that can help with pain management. Robots can provide encouragement that could improve inpatient experiences and quality of life for kids in the hospital setting. And as I've mentioned, really one huge advantage is that continuity of care. Hospitals have huge staffs and everyone is very specialized in their role. So you meet one group of people in a pre-operative setting, for example, another group when you're going through a procedure, another group as you're recovering, and having something that can follow you through it can be very powerful. And hopefully could lead to things like a shorter length of stay in the hospital and more communication between providers. And in addition, the robot could play a role in kind of feedback and training as well. So social robots really represent a way to kind of scale up our social interactions, our sort of emotional connection to kids while they're in the hospital setting. And this is really important. So just thinking a bit about why does it matter? Why not just use what we already have available and go from there? We know that when kids experience more negative emotion during a hospital stay, that's been shown to delay their healing, their physical healing. We also know that positive social interactions can promote recovery. So the more kids are having these positive social interactions, the healthier they are and the more quickly they move through a medical experience. We also know that social support can improve patient adherence to medical regimens, getting them to do what they need to do and decrease their stress levels. And specifically to pain management, we know that social support decreases pain perception. So the more kids feel socially supported, the less they're really experiencing intense pain. So for all of those reasons, it's really helpful to have more social support while kids are in a hospital setting. But again, we're limited in terms of how much human time can really be devoted to spending time in a room with a patient. So that is where Huggable came in. The Huggable is the project that I've worked on with Suyun and her lab at MIT in the personal robotics group. We spent quite a long time working on this project together. So let me tell you a little bit about Huggable. He was developed by Cynthia Brazil and her team, which includes Suyun. He was really designed as a child-friendly teddy bear form that would appeal in pediatric setting, as a kind of lightweight portable robot that runs off of an Android smartphone. In the time that we employed this intervention, Huggable was operated through telepresence technology, meaning that there was someone outside the patient's room remotely controlling the robot and interacting with the patient in that way. And he was also had to sort of comply with hospital standards. So had to be designed in a way where you could remove and wash the fur and comply with all our infection control requirements. So I am going to show you a little video that kind of walks you through how we deployed Huggable in a hospital setting. Oops. What happened? Sorry.
Deirdre, I think the sound is not coming through. Do you know?
It's not? Huh. I mean, I can hear it here. Let's see. It's almost all the way up. Still no sound?
No. I think that is because when you share your screen, you should enable the share sound check.
Oh, really?
There should be some check, right?
Let's see.
You can try and
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Let me rewind it and try again.
yeah.
Are you hearing it?
Hi. Hello. Hi, long time no see. I have looked at your mama. Perfect. There you go. Is that better?
Can you hear it now? No one answered me.
Yeah. We can.
All right, good.
Oh my God. Hi. It's Huggable. Hi, Huggable. Hi, Beatrice. You're adorable. Oh, thank you. It's very nice to meet you. Do you want to play a game? Yay! Let's play a game. It's called I with my little eye.
We are getting all of this physiologic data. So going forward, once that's fully integrated into the actual robot and he can respond to it, the bear may try, to engage a kid with jokes. And if those physiologic parameters aren't coming down, he'll be able to switch. Maybe this is a kid who really needs some relaxation. Maybe we'll do some guided imagery together.
Huggable, how are you doing? You're looking a little bit sleepy. I'm feeling a little tired. Just about my nap time. Should we put him back in his house? I'm so tired. Night, night, Huggable. Can I put it? Yeah, go ahead. And good night, Huggable. Wow, your house looks comforting. Thank you, Bee. Why did it have to end so soon?
Okay, so that's just a little bit of a picture of how Huggable interacted with our patients in the hospital setting. We did some research on this, of course, really designed to measure the effects of introducing the social robot into our clinical setting. I put this paper up. These are our results. And the nice thing here is there's actually a video abstract. So if you want more, you can go and hear the results and don't even have to read the actual paper. But our real questions were, what are the effects of bringing this robot in on the medical experience of hospitalized children? We hypothesized that it would be feasible and acceptable to introduce a social robot into the inpatient setting, and that children who were exposed to the social robot versus comparison interventions would show more engagement and more positive change in their emotional states. So we designed a study with 3 conditions as a randomized controlled trial. Huggable, the social robot, being one of these, who was both a physical presence and an interactive social engagement. And we compared that to a plush teddy bear who would provide physical comfort but not be interactive, and a virtual avatar in a 2-dimensional sense who was interactive and kind of had that novel technology piece but was not physically present. We tested this out on a patient population with the following characteristics. Children were ages 3 to 10 years. They had to be hospitalized for at least 48 hours, primarily so that we could have time to actually deliver the intervention. They had to be families who spoke English, and they presented with a range of medical issues. We excluded children who had a lot of other sort of medical technology going on. So if they had a pacemaker or were wired to anything where the wireless control of the bear might interfere, we had to exclude them. We also certainly had to defer to clinical staff. So if the staff felt that it was not a good idea to approach any patient, we respected that and did not include them. The kids that we did enroll ended up coming from the following groups. We had children who were hospitalized for medical cancer treatments, children who were hospitalized for surgical repair, some who were in for infection treatment, and then a small number who were in for stem cell transplants and bone marrow transplants. Just a bit about the flow of the study. Before beginning the intervention, we collected some self and parent report data through questionnaires, and we also connected the children to Q sensors for electrodermal monitoring. They then participated in the intervention, which lasted 30 minutes or less. Our child life staff facilitated the intervention. So as you saw in the video, that was a child life specialist in the room with the patient, as well as another child life specialist who was teleoperating the bear. So it required two of them to kind of pull off the intervention. And then the interventions were video recorded for analysis. And then following the intervention for a period of time, we continued to collect EDA monitoring, and we asked children and families to fill out another set of questionnaires. The measures we collected, we tried to really keep this brief and targeted. We measured their current affect using a visual analog scale, current pain reports, and brief reports of both child anxiety and parent anxiety. We also asked the children some open-ended questions about their experience with the intervention. As I mentioned, we used the Q sensor to collect EDA as an indicator of physiologic arousal. We collected video data for behavioral coding. We also collected data from the child life participants. So we asked them about usability and feasibility and open-ended interview questions. So just briefly, some details of the assessments. You'll just note that some of the measures were limited to the older kids within our group. Some of the measures are not validated for younger kids, so we have a little less data or questionnaire data, at least on the younger kids. But again, across children, parents, and child life operators collected a number of different indicators of the experience. And then beyond the self-report, we also did videotape and code that data. So we looked at verbal utterances in the data. So looking at how much joy was expressed in the interaction, how much sadness, how much extroversion. We looked at gaze annotation. So were they visually engaging with the Huggable, with the child life staff, with others? Were they kind of participating in shared attention? So if Huggable was playing a game, were they looking where he was pointing, and as ways of measuring how engaged they were? We also looked at touch. So if they were touching or not touching Huggable, and whether that touch was relational, so giving him a hug, somehow engaging with him in that way, or just functional touch, so picking him up and moving him to be in a different location. Just a bit about how patients moved through the study. We assessed 68 patients, we excluded 14, we randomized 54. They were pretty equally distributed across our interventions. We got analyzable data from most, but not all of those patients, which I'll touch on in a minute. A few had to be excluded from analysis for not having sufficient data. So that is actually an important point. Conducting this kind of research in a true clinical setting has a lot of barriers to work out. Many hours spent trying to sort of get around some of these things. So just to kind of mention all of this as sort of how much these things kind of come into play in a hospital setting. We did experience a fair number of video recording problems where we had the intervention pulled off, but we couldn't get the video recording. We had some children who would remove the Q sensor or refuse to wear it entirely. I think this is particularly true of hospitalized children. There are a lot of monitoring devices that they have to put up with, and this was not something we were going to force on anybody. So if they were not having it, they were not having it. Lots of children unwilling or unable to complete the surveys. Sometimes the interaction with the intervention was pretty exhausting, and so they just were done when they were done and could not do ours, particularly our post surveys. And even parents at times were unwilling to do that piece of things. And then a few times we had some technical problems with the actual robot not working. And only once did we have a child who was scared of the bear and didn't want to play with him. And I can't see that there. So That's okay, because there's not that much to report there. Sorry that that doesn't come up, but overall, in all three of the groups, children reported more positive affect and less negative affect after the interventions. So that's across all three groups. Where we really saw a group effect was for the kids who had the robot. They had more positive affect after the intervention than the other two groups. So you can see that there. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. We found some more findings looking at some of the other kinds of data aside from self-report. So looking at how much joy was coded in the total utterances in all of the conversation that was going on during the intervention, we found that those in the robot intervention really expressed more positive emotion in that sense, as well as patients themselves, how agreeable they were, how much their verbal interactions indicated agreeableness. The robot group experienced that the most compared to the other two conditions. Looking at that shared attention piece, again, we see that the kids who had the social robot really engaged more and were sharing attention in that intervention compared to both the avatar and the plush bear. And there was much more relational touch compared to all over touch. So they were engaging, they were obviously hugging the bear more than the other conditions, including the actual stuffed animal bear, much more touch, relational touch for the robot. So we really see that in these, in the video coding, we saw a lot of differences in how the kids were interacting. And as I mentioned, we also really wanted to get data from our child life specialists who were involved in this experience. When we first brought this idea to the hospital, there was a lot of suspicion and kind of resistance from our child life team, who really, I think, had some worries that we were trying to replace them with robots, which was not at all the goal, of course. The goal was to augment their experiences. So their feedback was really important. I think by the end of the study, they really, as a group, found that this technology really gave them some new ways to connect with patients. They did note that sometimes the technological demands or glitches detracted from this experience. So that really speaks to the need to really, get interventions in there that are streamlined and kind of user-friendly, so that they work when we want them to work. They noted a lot of individual and situational differences as major influences to how helpful these were. So if a child was really tired or really sick, it was hard to bring this in and have it be useful, but in other situations, kids were really receptive. And when they thought about kind of where to go with this technology, they really saw the ways that once an intervention like Huggable was fully autonomous, that the robot could really provide lots of support to patients in their daily medical tasks, and also help gather information about how patients are feeling and be able to communicate that back to the providers. So just to continue a bit on the theme of kind of the barriers that we faced in this, there are a lot of challenges to adapting robots into the clinical world. It's hard to bring that technology into a really highly wired setting. We had to work a lot around that. And then also managing the unpredictability of patient health status. We'd have a kid ready to go and then something happens in the way that they're feeling and they can't participate. So there's a lot of unpredictability there. It took some work to get clinical staff buy-in. We did actually sort of take Huggable on the road and go around to different staff meetings and introduce them to the teams, so that they would know what we were doing, not find this sort of a strange thing happening. Lots of times staff had worry about, are you going to disrupt our clinical workflow? We need to get 100 things done every hour. This is one more thing that we have to work around. So getting them to buy in took some effort. And then just kind of getting everything to line up. So making sure the patient felt well and the technology was working and we had staff available all at the same time was often a challenge in a busy clinical setting. And then, as I mentioned, getting that data is also a challenge. So sometimes getting the feedback from the patients can be tricky. So thinking about different ways that we can get different kinds of feedback. Really, as I said, the video ended up being our most helpful way of collecting feedback because kids didn't rip it off of their arms and they didn't report they were too tired to provide it. So really a multimodal approach was key in collecting some feedback. So just to conclude, really our experience with Huggable at Children's Hospital in Boston taught us that social robots can truly enhance the hospital experience and can really complement what human resources are available to provide these things for kids. Thinking about potential uses of social robots, I think really stress reduction, longitudinal companionship in the hospital setting, so that continuity and a way of kind of monitoring emotional vital signs, kind of something that can be there to really watch kids' ups and downs and to be able to communicate that information back to human providers is a real strength that this intervention can offer. And then I think it's important that we think about tailored intervention choice. So different companions work well for different kids facing different kinds of medical issues, and even from moment to moment in the course of their medical care. So lots of flexibility is really key. In terms of what we learned as clinicians, I think we learned a lot about how interactive technologies can enhance patient engagement. We learned a lot about choosing the right intervention for a given patient, what kind of signs to look for when thinking about what might be helpful. It really taught us ways to use social robots to create a better hospital experience and hopefully get better health outcomes. And as I mentioned, we really came out understanding that social robots can augment, but certainly not replace, the work of human providers like child life specialists in our setting. So that's all I've got. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take questions and probably drag Soo-Yeon into answering the questions as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deirdre. Nicole, if you could facilitate a couple questions.
Yeah, maybe in the audience there are some questions. Yeah, we go.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was so interesting. Maybe even again the variance analysis results that we saw. What I understand, do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. What I understand from the variance analysis, that you can come back to them on the slides, is, and that's very interesting, because I work on the effect, the compared effect on virtual agents, avatars versus robots, on life quality and the feeling of loneliness. And I have the feeling that here, the plush, the real beer, is really significantly inferior to avatar and robot. And avatar and robot seem to be very comparable in terms of efficiency. Am I right? Because I find this very interesting, because in terms of deployment, an avatar is much easier. And with my robotic partners, I have constantly insisted on, let's not test only robot, but avatar, to see when it has a similar magnitude. Thanks so much.
Good question. So I hope I caught all of it. Basically, yes, the extent of change, the comparison between the robot and the plush was the big change, and the avatar a lot of times was close to the robot. I will say anecdotally, I'll let Soo-Yeon also speak to the data since she spent much more time on it. But I will say anecdotally, when we presented the study and then kids got the plush bear, you could sort of see the disappointment. They were like, oh, I didn't get the fun new thing. And I think the avatar still provided some of that kind of novel new interaction and may have had some more effect that was comparable to the robot. Soo-Yeon, do you want to say more about the sort of the actual differences there? I'm happy to put a slide back up. I wasn't sure which one you wanted me to put back up.
One of the variance analyses where we saw really the plush low and the avatar and robot quite close to each other. Maybe joy or agreeableness, or whatever you want.
I will see what I can do. So like this one. Nope.
Yeah, this one exactly.
Can you see that? But now it's not big, right? There we go. That one or the
one before.
That one.
Yeah, exactly. It was really impressive.
Soo-Yeon, do you want to jump in? That you spent so much time on this data.
Yeah, of course. So it was true. It is true that the avatar was closer to the robot in a lot of these behavioral measures, but that's why we actually did the trend analysis. We did the generalized mixed regression to see the trend, whether the robot was higher, there's an order of effect on these measures. So we consistently found in a lot of these not just joy and agreement, but some of the other measures too, that in a way, the avatar was closer to the robot, but there was always this trend that robot was slightly higher than the avatar. And especially what we found with the shared attention behavior, I think it really shed light on how different medium, different technologies have different affordances, where the robot both the robot and the avatar were really interactive with the child patients. But what the robot was really good at was, because it was physically in the space, 3D space with us, with the child, it allowed a lot of like I guess like a very like group dynamic. So we didn't actually invite or like told the family members or like the clinical staff to join join the interactions or the play, but it just happened very naturally because they share the whole space with them. So they would play I Spy together, or they would just share conversations, while the virtual avatar on a 2D space on a flat screen was really good at like getting exclusive attention from the child. So the children were less likely to engage with other people in the room when the agent was presented on the screen. So I think it like gives an interesting like insights into Gecko for future work. Like maybe, so as like Deirdre mentioned in her talk, that different situations kind of calls for different kinds of interventions. So maybe like if the child life specialists want to engage in medical play with children, like maybe a robot might be better because it allows that like triadic interactions. But when you are like doing some kind of painful procedure on the child, maybe like a virtual avatar on a screen device would be better because it completely like I guess is more likely to like distract the child from what's going on outside.
Thank you so much. We have time for one quick question. Okay, we have a question.
I was wondering, that's different modality of school.
So I couldn't hear that. If someone could repeat it.
If you want to come here, you can use this microphone that maybe is working better.
Sorry about that. I'm very interested. Thanks so much. I was wondering if there's any plans at all to look at some more of the effective haptic side of things, because I guess the quite an interesting element at the opportunity of different modalities that can touch-based interactions with this robot.
Sorry, I heard most of it, but you said there are there any plans to look at?
I think that the question is about if you think about some kind of haptic feedback or some kind of touch-based interaction to enhance the experience of the children. If you investigate.
Yeah. So, we lost Suyan, she's moved on to other places, so I'm not sure what will happen next with this particular intervention. I will let her maybe jump in on this. I will say, if to sort of take it in a different direction, my next question would be, what could we learn from having kids have this intervention over a longer period? If they continue to interact with this, I think that they will develop more of a relationship and it'll be sort of more powerful in a longitudinal sense. So if a kid is able to have a robot that follows them through the experience. But Suyan, maybe you want to address, because I couldn't quite catch all of the question that was there.
Yeah, I think if I heard correctly, it was about the question of the haptic intervention, haptic interaction. So the robot actually was developed with some like touch sensors. So like there were 2 pressure sensors on the paw, so the kids could squeeze on the paw and then it'll like pressure, like sense the air pressure from it. And then there were like a few different like capacitive sensors along the on the body, so we could like sort of like see whether where the children were touching the robot, but we ended up not using them. But I think the idea when we were designing the robot, we wanted to see whether like, for example, if the kids were not verbal or like had trouble understanding like the pain scale from like 1 to 10, could we have them like squeeze the paw to indicate how much pain they're in or something like that. But I don't know, like I'm actually curious, like Deirdre, like whether that will make any sense from the clinical perspective, whether that would be actually helpful.
I think it would actually, because as you said, there are kids who do not express things verbally, and having ways to communicate and engage with it with another being, I think would broaden what we could learn. So yeah, I would think that would be useful.
So thank you so much again for such an interesting talk. And yeah, really thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Deirdre.
Bye.
Bye. Now I leave the floor to Soyan that introduce the next session of paper presentation. Yeah.
Yep, so we're on to our second half of the paper presentations. And the first paper is the design of child-robot interactions for comfort and distraction from post-operative pain and distress. So very relevant to Deirdre's talk just now. And do we have the presenter ready?
Yeah, just a second. We are just managing some technical stuff, but we are there. Oh, okay. So maybe we should move to the next presenter because they are having some technical issue. It seems we are running late. Maybe it's better to jump on the next speaker.
Okay, sure. So we have a paper presentation on a social robot for emotion recognition and burden levels assessment for informal caregivers. Authored by Samuel Milan Norman and Carolina Fuentes. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
Recording in progress.
What? Can you hear me?
Let me double check because I didn't. So is anyone online able to hear the speaker? Can you just nod or whatever?
We can't really hear the speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I think we can. Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the session. Today we're going to present a social robot and burden level assessment for caregivers. And this work has been done by myself and by as advisor. And politics group group. So what is this?
Stay closer to the microphone because from online, like the sound is breaking a lot.
The sound is breaking. Is this better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
So how to support informal caregivers? Well, the main idea that we came up with is developing a system that applies 3 different things. The first one is that I'm interview, be able to take stress level. Apart from that, burden in a multimodal process. Apart from the burden of a visual of the camera able to take, and based on that interact with the able to terms of way and level of burden. So how does this system work and what's we are?
Here, as you may see, there's two systems, the system A, system B. Both are not to be meant to run parallel. Each system is meant to be run at different stages, and both are similar. So with slight variation. As you may see, system A, first you have an examiner that may be a psychologist or an expert who's trying to learn the learning. And the participant would be the caregiver or the unpaid caregiver. Unpaid caregiver. Once the examiner which manipulates the stages of the robot starts the assessment, the participant will start giving input into the system. This will show that first the voice is detected, is converted through a classification procedure, which later is converted into emotion. And meantime, since the data is collecting, simultaneously the input from the camera is obtained, and that input from the camera is transmitted, is modified into emotion. And after all that is averaged, the overall emotion detected once the voice is being detected, and the emotion of the voice is via the started with the interview is being analyzed. And after that full analysis is finished, goes into a multimodal system, which is sort of a mean of both the voice analysis and camera analysis, and then it goes to a library of pick and place. The difference between the system A and system B is based that there's here the user starts the assessment. There's no need of having an examiner, and also the questions in which the user speaks to that. The user answers to the question is in the system A has a greater variability to be able to answer questions, and system B is reduced to only the questions that are within the sighted burden. So how does the user interact with the system in terms of the participant? In system A, there's mainly two stages. There's the blue stage, where is when the robot is talking to the user, asking the questions, and green representing the stages which the voice is recorded and then for later processing. In scenario B, in system B, we incorporated a user interface, a GUI, where not only the user can interact and read the questions, press the button to answer the question, but the robot also talks to the user, and the user can interact with the robot and answer the questions via voice. So in conclusion, this is a proof of concept. Still haven't done any testing. Further in the future, we will test it with users and try to be deployed within informal caregivers and tested by professionals. What we're trying to conclude today is a proof of concept which tries to track the burden of level of the users, and also try for support of well-being, sort of a support well-being tool for informal caregivers. Furthermore, we'll also show to be able to understand the deployment capabilities within the environment. What this means is that maybe it's better to have an examiner, such as a psychologist inside, to be able to examine and determine the overall analysis of the system, or only try to have at home where it works as a means of quick analysis for users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there are any questions in the audience? Yep.
Thanks, Samuel. More suggestion and remarks. Congratulations, it's a pretty important topic.
I've been working for years on caregivers, and that's a population which is on the dark side of society. So I think there is a great future, and I will be happy to stay in touch with you and Carolina on this topic. But really, that's very interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it would be a pleasure to keep in contact. Later on, we're going to discuss further.
Any other question? We have time for other question? Also online. Otherwise, I go for one. So I was wondering, you show the two systems, and the system B, if I'm not wrong, it was like based on user interaction that could be speech based, right? I mean, it could communicate by voice.
So both systems communicate by voice.
Okay. I was wondering if you plan to implement some, you know, speech to text kind of automatic transcription of what the user said, or if you have more in mind some more passive kind of interaction, prescripted one.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so my question is, are you planning to do some automatic speech recognition, or are you more into some prescripted interaction with the robots?
So in system A, how it works is we have a certain question, and the user can speak any is free to be able to express themselves the capabilities that the person can speak with. Although for the moment, since we're using the certain further interview, the way that the classification procedure works is by trying searching the keywords which answer that interview.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have another one? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I had one question, but I short. How do you plan to implement the data collection? Because caregivers are typically people who normally during the whole daytime they take care about their patient. I work a lot on oncology, so they take care about their beloved person who has cancer. And the moments where they can maybe interact for their own purpose could be for learning more about how to treat cancer, or when they feel alone, tired, exhausted in night, and so forth. So I would suspect interaction could take place when the patient is sleeping and the caregiver could then have a moment for herself. How do you plan to set up the design for the interaction between the caregiver and the robot?
That is something that still hasn't been taken into account. Would be a pleasure to talk after.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. Thank you.
All right, are we ready for the next presentation?
Yeah, I think so. Emilia, are you? No? Okay, let's do.
All right, so our next presentation is on online learners' cognitive affective states awareness to support well-being and self-regulation skills, presented by Marie-Luz Borget.
Yes, thank you. Just shared my screen. Is everything okay? Can you see and hear me?
Sorry, so young. Actually, we were setting up for Emilia tools. That was the first one that we skipped because there were technical issues. Sorry about that.
All right, sorry.
Sorry, like we are running a little bit late, so it's like Italian style.
Sorry, so it's not my turn, right? It's not yet my turn. Is that what you're saying? And stop sharing.
Yeah, thank you. So sorry for the mess. It was like. He said like it starts screen sharing. No, this is mine. we have a team of technicians that are helping us. Thank you. Yay. It's not. Have you uploaded any presentation? Right? Yeah. Okay. Because otherwise we could have used mine. I'll wait for maybe if you upload the presentation. Sorry for the mess, Mary. Sorry, we calling you back to give the presentation because we are having some technical issues in setting up everything, in person. So I think that remotely is so much faster and easier. So yeah, go ahead with your talk, and sorry again for the mess.
No problem. You could just let me know. You can.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Marie-Louise Poquet from Columbia University of London. The paper is entitled Online Learners' Cognitive Affective States, so on it to support well-being and self-regulation skills. It's work done in collaboration with Jackie Murakami and Jean-Sian Venture, who are so they're both based in Tokyo, and Jean-Sian is online with us also at the moment. We started working on this topic about a year into the COVID restrictions because we have started to feel concerned about the well-being of our students. They had to suddenly switch all their learning online and remotely, and sometimes we knew that they were feeling very isolated. But the situation that probably many of you have been experiencing as well. In my case, for example, because all of my students are in China, I haven't actually been able to see them or meet them face to face since March 2020. It's been a long time. So COVID, isolation, and generally new requirements for students to be or better at self-regulating their learning has had an impact on their well-being, and also been the trigger of largely negative emotions. So the role of emotions in learning is well researched and documented. There's a very brief literature on learning in the paper, but to be very short here, there's a set of 5 emotions or cognitive affective states that have been shown to influence learning and cognition. So that's boredom, confusion, engagement, also called flow, frustration, and surprise. So slightly different from the basic that we're more familiar with. Now, previous studies have looked at the incidence, the persistence, and the impact of students' cognitive affective states on their learning behaviors. And for example, confusion and engagement are typically the most common states, but boredom is the most persistent state, and it's associated with poor learning and problems. And so typically it requires intervention. Where confusion and frustration, which are often perceived as negative states, they can actually, in fact, be positively correlated with learning, and they might not always require interventions. So what we've been trying to do is to sense the cognitive states of our students working online and then try to support them for their well-being via a virtual agent. So this is the architecture of the system that we've been working on. It's very much work in progress. Most of the modules have been developed to a certain extent, but we haven't really evaluated them, and we haven't been able to integrate all those modules together yet. So the paper in our presentation now is mostly describing the system concept and the system architecture that you're seeing here. The first module, so that's the sensing platform, can sense the learner's cognitive affective states, but also the physical environment in which the learner is situated. So within the sensing platform, we have there's a subsystem that is in charge of analyzing the physical environment. There's another one that is analyzing what the student is currently doing, so the activity, the learning activity. There's the affect system that is recognizing the affective states of the students, and then there's a system in charge of measuring fatigue and cognitive load. Then, so the output of the sensing platform is what we call the student status, and that so it contains both low-level information such as the posture of the students, for example, the objects in the environment, the amount of change, also potential distraction in the environment. And there's also higher level information such as the cognitive affective states, the current activity, and the level of fatigue, for example. Now, based on this student status, implemented a decision system that's a quite simple decision. Decide based on the student status what if remediations are needed and what they should try to achieve. And then finally, there's the artificial agent that can interact with the students to influence their behavior and execute the interventions has been sort of decided by the decision system. So the idea that the system can operate should operate in informal learning settings, so for example at home or in a public space, and also is independent of any specific learning content or learning task. So this is table you see the content of the student status. Okay, so the environment subsystem detects potential for distraction or disturbance in the environment, such as the presence of pets. So you can see examples in the image here. People in the environment, electronic devices. It also detects it measures the amount of change in the background of the video, the image behind what's behind the students. That's also a measure of potential for distraction in the learning environment. And also it determines the location, whether it's in like a quiet space, like a library, or a public space, like a cafe or home environment, like typically the student's bedroom. The activity module detects what the student is doing. The cognitive affective state module recognize one of these 5 cognitive affective states: so frustration, confusion, boredom, neutral or delight or flow, and also a posture. So there's a set of 6 postures. Postures can be recognized: holding chin, touching face, touching hair, etc. And then the cognitive load module has not really been developed yet. It will be based on eye tracking, and it will measure, the idea that it will measure, give us some kind of a level of fatigue and also cognitive load that the students is experiencing. So I'm just going to tell a little bit more about the students' cognitive affective state recognition subsystem, and then I will also talk a little bit about the design of the interventions and the artificial agent. So the cognitive affective state recognition system captures students' face and also upper body video image data, and then it outputs one of those 5 states that you see here. So it combines facial recognition, expression analysis, emotion recognition, and also pose estimation. I'm not sure I've got time to go in much detail into those subsystems, but the for example, emotion recognition blocks output is based on EmoNet, and then which is then mapped onto the 2 dimensions of arousal and balance. Pose estimation has been implemented using MediaPipe, and facial recognition has been implemented based on MediaPipe face mesh solutions. The combined output of these 3 blocks, 3 subsystems, is then fed into an LSTM deep learning model, which then outputs one of the cognitive affective states. So the training and the testing for the and data for all those blocks was generating by recording a few volunteer students, 10 students, in various situations. So we sort of created those situations. For example, for confusion, to record the confusion state, we were asking students to find a non-existent object in an image. So we've got about 2 hours of video data. I know it's not much, but that's what we have at the moment. And so the collected videos were then clipped into shorter ones, so that each contains only 1 cognitive affective state. And then each frame in the clips was annotated by 4 annotators, and then majority vote was used to determine the final annotation. Now, so the purpose of the whole system, as I said earlier, is to use the system's awareness of the online learners' status, especially their cognitive affective state, to give support when needed for self-regulation and also for their well-being through some interventions. So the types and purpose of the remediations have been determined following a participatory design approach, which we conducted in China with again a small team of students, 6 college students from a variety of subjects. And then so we had 7 participatory design events altogether, and they helped us determine the remediation needs, the intervention types, and also the appearance and the behavior of the agent that was going to be responsible for executing the remediation. Okay, so the virtual agent. So 8 types of interventions came up from those meeting discussions with students: encourage, chat, advise a change of posture, signal sources of distraction, advise a change of location, ask to concentrate, tell to start studying, or advise to take a break. The artificial agent is a little virtual character that appears on screen or will appear on screen as an overlay. So its shape, the shape of the agent, and the behavior, those will be determined during the participatory design sessions. So during those sessions, participants collectively reflected on questions like how do I want the agent to act like? What personality do I want the agent to have? How would you like to interact with the agent, etc., etc. So came up the students came up with 3 different agents, 3 different personalities. There was the supervisor, the companion, and the friend, which you can see sketches here. So to tell you a bit more about this, so before we actually implement those, we also asked the participants to act as the agents in various roles and intervention situations, and their words, the mimics, and the gestures that they used were recorded and annotated. And then, and only then, scenarios and animated 3D models were created to refine the agent appearance, also choice of colors, facial expressions, gestures, behavior, etc. in relation to the agent's personality and the specific intervention. So two of the agents, the supervisor, that's the little boy you see here, and the companion been implemented so far. So the agent in the supervisor role, a bit surprisingly, has the appearance of a peer or a fellow student. It actually has a quite directive and commanding verbal and non-verbal behavior. So for example, it will display, I think that's the one you see here in the mid, on the right, it will display a quite angry looking face and then say, you've been idle for too long now, get to work. To execute the tell to start studying remediation. The companion will execute that remediation very differently. So this role of supervisor is often attributed to designated students in China when they are self-studying all together in a class, for example. So the supervisor takes the responsibility of supervising their peers when the teacher leaves the class and in the absence of the teacher. That's why the supervisor looks like a peer in this design. Also, during the participatory design, some participants or some students mentioned the use of pillows or dolls to relieve their anxiety. And this is what inspired the design of the companion agent that looks like a flower and it's got a lot more compassionate behavior. So the companion agent mostly remains silent and shows support and empathy when needed. And also it acts a little bit like a mirror. So it reflects the status of the student. So sorry, something in the chat. Time is up. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to stop here. I just wanted to say that. Stop sharing. I wanted to say that there's a lot that I wanted to put to description, but I'm not sure that's going to have time for this. Like lots of
yeah, no worry.
I don't know what I'm showing anymore, but like ethical issues because we're collecting data from students in their home. Also, lots of cultural issues because obviously what we've been doing is been done in China with Chinese students, and there's a lot loaded culturally speaking. But yeah, I'm going to stop here. Sorry for being too long.
Thank you so much. It was like a very interesting talk, so much work. So, there are any questions from the audience? Okay, yeah.
Do you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Marie-Laurence. One question and one remark. Why do you say slower engagement? I'm very surprised because I know that in the HDI, some people say flow toward the task, in the task, or engagement toward the task. They don't make the distinction. But there is a 30 years of literature by Chicken Mihaly, mainly, and I don't think it should be seen as similar to engagement. But this is more like the start. And second, there is a process of analytics. I don't know, are you looking for some place to collect data in your teaching context? Are you interested? But I think it's a very promising avenue using an avatar for teaching tasks and coaching tasks. Yes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I could hear entirely what you said. I think you mentioned engagement in your first comment. I haven't actually been mentioning engagement.
Yeah, you mentioned flow engagement.
Flow, yeah, as one of the cognitive states. Yeah. So what we're really, trying to sort of the remediations really are going to be triggered when there's a combination of the decision system looking at cognitive affective states, potential for disruption, activity of the students, physical environment comes with a decision to what the remediation should be. It's not only based on, it's not based entirely on engagement. Engagement is just one of the input into the decision tree. I'm not sure that's completely answering your question, and I couldn't catch the second one. Jean-Sian, did you catch the second question?
I know it's one of the drivers only. I just say, why do you say flow and engagement in the same? You said it and you wrote it twice, and I'm very surprised. I think they are really two distinct concepts.
Thank you. I'll look into that more. Okay, yeah, thank you. And so I didn't catch your second part of your question.
Do you want to use this microphone?
Yeah.
Maybe it's better.
The second was not a question. The second was not like, I think it's a very interesting and promising avenue. I think of teaching applications and also maintaining cognitive level for Alzheimer patients or the elderly. And I think that's very interesting in terms of research avenue. This was more like a comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. Sorry, we do not have any more time for Q&A, but for sure, you know, anyone that has a question can reach you out for more answers. So thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And I think that now, Emilia, it's finally your turn. Maybe the third time will work.
You can
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being patient. I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused. I will present the project of my master student, Oriana Ferrari, who seems Italian, which is Dutch, father is Italian. And it was done in cooperation between our university, Radboud Medical Center, Delft University, and all technical universities, because the funding was like that. But this is only the part of the work which Oriana did. Well, this talk comes very close to the wonderful keynote speech which we did here. Only have a little bit different starting point. We develop some wearables and so-called pain, to signal pain caregivers. And once we had this technology, then we met a professor in anesthesiology who said, "Oh, can you do something more than this pain detection?" Because, as we know, pain for physiological symptoms that is to interpret and reliable to interpret. So he was thinking of some blue toy or something like robot-like toy to get more information from the children and hopefully distract them when they are in pain. So the system is quite complexly given by our students, but it is a wearable sensor which measures several parameters that can detect the pain, which is transferred to a pain app which communicates to the robot, and the robot reacts to child behavior and to this information pain. So what is the problem? Problem actually is difficult to assess pain by only physiological signals, because pain is also a subjective experience. Some children have a lot of pain, less, I say, pain levels, their communication barriers, and this results in suboptimal care. So our goal was to develop technological solutions that improve child-robot interaction, for pain management in a clinical environment or in hospital environment, which is so boring as you can see the pictures. Well, when they invest regulations of quality evaluations, you see that the new boring environment puts a lot of stress on the child. So it is difficult to, it's even more difficult to communicate with a child who has pain and distress. So our goal is to design interactions with social work, which provides support and instruction for the children that are in such a situation. And goal set was right call for use physiological signals to introduce it by post-operative care when children obviously that it is something and to have these interactive problems. Well, this was the whole process, which is quite complex. So what the first step was to work with healthy children, co-creation sessions, see what kind of problems they need, and we showed them many robots and to design their own robots and our robots, and something like animal. So we were encouraged to use neural robot, all these robots. And in the next iteration, probably just has several cases like having robots, and there was also a few which you can pick up area child. Further, well, I would not say that good results here because this is only quantitative results done in several stages of redesign of the behaviors from every iteration, complication to new things and create a more complex behaviors and more complex system. And I would like to show you the final behaviors so far. But the story goes that from sleep, the child wakes it up. Well, the probably falls asleep here, but it's voice over on sleep. Like if the child is interested to interact, has to press the robot so that's awake and surprise them and try to provide some direction. If the child doesn't interact for a long time, the robot becomes sad. Up. The child can cheer up by caressing with the way. If the child really misbehaves and change much, then the robot becomes angry. So the child has to do something to make more friendly and nice. So there are also several dances which are either by like this group when the child really wants to play with it. This was a campaign contribution part of this project. Well, it is really a long trajectory. We have to spend a lot of time in asking permission to make everything in the hospital to have ethical approval, so medical ethical approval, get different contracts, design behaviors, but also implement them. Because in our case, difference in the project, all behaviors are treated autonomously. We don't have any teleoperation, and the robot that can process the physiological signal from the child as interactions which are provided. And well, the insights we get from the child enjoy the robot and the behaviors that before sound seems to be appreciated a lot. We needed to make the emotion before distinctive and further personalize the robot. And another student group propose way to personalize the robot by creating such kind of dress. These things on the dress for the robot are yet another game. And the good part is this thing they can take with them home after. So this is
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah.
If nobody has any. Yeah, thank you, Melia. Very, very interesting. You made me think of something I never realized. The last point, for instance, and if we have time, another question, a little bit dressing. In my model, you saw this morning, this idea of social presence and humanness. But actually, it's not integrated a variable which measures how much me as a user I was involved in the co-construction, in the co-design. And something so stupid, so little like dressing in a way which for me makes sense, you know? I think it would be a lovely manipulation to make testing a normal standard and testing a robot, especially with the kids, or any person who suffers from loneliness. And when I have been involved in the co-design, well, I think it's a very interesting idea. And that makes me think I should add a variable in the acceptance model. How much I was co-constructing the robot using.
indeed, what else we took into account is the whole trajectory. So the child has to move to the doctor several times before it is in the hospital. So there are introduced the several stages, and they can propose this personalization, which will be some care. I don't think this after the problem, but I don't know how practical.
Because we see that with animals. People dress their pet, animal pet like their kid. So why should it not work with your robot?
That's but the hospitals are very, for example, we get to sit back absolutely every and after that, we found the personalization, so they always say, but we cannot test that because we didn't get control.
Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. And would you be interested in co-testing with a French hospital? Us? Because I know a professor who is in a Children's Cancer Foundation, and he's the head of the oncology department in a major Parisian hospital.
To get all approvals.
Any other question from the audience or online? Otherwise, I have one. So I was wondering, how have you designed all the, emotional movement of the robots? I mean, have you used some state-of-the-art data that are available, or some study? I don't know.
Well, I play with the idea that I'm working this area for many years. Like we were among the first we used bump movement analysis to robotics and specific big topic in my research and workshops. And I'm working design department. So we use mainly the design literature and different design science and literature. So based on global.
Any other question? Yeah, we have a question over there. Maybe it's better that you come here just because, like.
Yeah, on one of the slides was it said 4 sounds needed. So was it for more disclosure or more plotting? I was wondering what kind of sounds then could help the children be more engaged. If
Yes, we cannot make this robot. Well, we decided not to make this robot speak because it's a event and the next one is speak. But then it can have kind of a very pleasant designers come with ideas of what's that sound. It's that sound like this chord sound, and it seemed that sounds were very engaging, and then the children kind of respond very strong on that, so sadly, more sound. But, of course, there's also downs was for those.
Thank you so much, Emilia. If there are no other questions, maybe So Young, do you want to close the session?
Yeah, thank you so much everyone who presented the work and thank you so much for the audience. And we now have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And if you could come back at 4 p.m. for to listen to have conversations with Maya Matari from University of Southern California, that will be great. Nicole, is there any other announcements?
No, it's fine. Thank you so much and see you later. Enjoy your coffee break.
All right. See you soon, everyone.
And it works in Deutschland than in other countries, or is it a European standard? In Spain, we had it very good.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah. Okay, so now we are. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll join. I need to go upstairs.
I don't know. Actually, it really depends on where the PCB makes sense.
Oh yeah, if someone wants to do some photos, that's great. Yeah.
Giulio, do you
Yeah, it was at
fino alla bottiglia?
And get this was so active.
Is it not too much?
No, I like it actually. It's better when it's interactive. Otherwise,
Okay, you tell me.
you know, when we are running out of time, I tell you that we cannot do that. But you know, generally speaking.
No, I love because there are so much to learn. So much to learn. So somewhere, you want to okay, ah sì, io mi dije, sta molto occupata, però non la faccio vedere. Antes, yo creo que Carolina está allá. Yo conozco muy bien el tema. Creo que tendrás que hacer una parte de eso. ¿Por qué te interesa hacer? So in my si quieres y luego si queréis colaborar, dice yo no puedo decir. Pero si nos da cosas que son en revistas que si hay cosas que están pero no solo publicar, tiene que ser publicado en cosas clasificadas. Por ejemplo, I3 RO-MAN, esta no es clasificada, pero la I3 RO-MAN Cybernetics Human and entonces, pero bueno, para No, entonces, yo soy el revisor en es una revista de medicina, aunque cualquier, pero en realidad solo hasta. Y a mí me interesa si queréis. Pero que siguen conectados con algo. Ah, ok. Ah, tú eres Carolina. Ah, no, perdona, que yo lo siento, es de Carolina, bien. Ah, estupendo, pues entonces, no, yo decía comprar algo bueno, le había dado mi tarjeta. Entonces, le doy otra, pero ya no me queda. De las nuevas, la última se la he dado. Le doy mi nueva, mi antigua, que no todavía y he tachado el teléfono. Sí, yo decía que la calidad de vida de soledad, de poder, para mí. Yo no tenía miedo, pero pude imaginar qué puede pasar cuando alguien tiene miedo a la muerte, que se da cuenta de que va a ser bien, cuidado. Me acuerdo muy bien de mi momento que pasé en urgencia. Me dije, bueno, tengo que morir esta noche, pero me gustaría tener a alguien o algo a quien confiar cosas para mí especiales. Bueno, y de allí me dije, bueno, yo antiguamente era profesor en la economía. Y estaba especializado en customer experience. Entonces, pasando al hospital, me dije, han perdido muchas cosas de cómo acoger a alguien. Bueno, de ahí estuvo en la oncología, no en cardio, psicología, porque es interesante, hay más miedo, hay mucho más gente que para. Y en psicología, como la larga, como Alzheimer, tienes que cuidar de alguien, un cuidador de qué más. Bueno, para hacer, porque como fue muy bien, he hecho algunas aplicaciones. Pues, y entonces, el director general me dijo un día, oye, no, fuera de salud, somos en una universidad, algo, pero de salud, pues dije, bueno, voy a reanudar mi investigación, ¿sabes? De robots y conectarlo con bienestar y cualquier. De allí como el entonces decía que si queréis colaborar, porque yo creo que es promising, no es interesante. Y entonces, como cuando se lo pregunté, me dijo que no estaba muy claro, no tenía muy claro el estudio. Y bueno, yo llevo varios años. De hecho, tenemos varias con la oncóloga del hospital de Segovia, que es aquí. Hemos recogido otros hospitales, esperanza, calidad
ayuda de comunicación para ver un poco las cuestiones. Pero ahora quiero seguir trabajando en calidad de vida y impacto. Ya convertirse como no para una one shot, pero de verdad hacer de ello como compañero de interacción.
Y es súper interesante, bueno,
Qué bien. Qué bien.
de explorar qué cosas se pueden implementar en la organización,
Eso. Teníamos acceso al cuidado informal en la sala de espera, donde se hacían intervenciones en el hospital. Pero probablemente se podría intentar. Lo mejor de hecho sería a través de una entrevista con un cuidador. Es decir, yo he llevado a cabo 32 o algo así. Mejor yo diría sería al final de la entrevista una prueba de intervención. Pero eso será cuidador adulto. Ahí hablamos de cuidador adulto de un niño. Sí, eso es. Y allí no tengo espadas, pero allí en su tiempo de chula. El modelo que había trabajado porque intente someter a esta, no intente someter.
Yeah, this mic is just useless because it's. Oh yeah, yeah. Normally everything is recorded.
Normally in every room the recording house.
Oh no, it's online, right? It's online, yeah. I think it's if it's not online, then it would be online.
Esa perspectiva sobre el niño. Eso porque me di cuenta, eso existe en calidad. Pero en la literatura.
Are you the chair officer?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was wondering how many times like each intervention.
Actually,
It
there will
depends.
be, no, there will be like 2 keynote speakers.
Okay.
And then have them with the day.
Okay.
Because all the people.
Okay, and the keynote are supposed to.
Yeah, Maya is one of them, but she's coming like, I don't know, because she was like. And she was like,
Yeah, it lasted way more
oh yeah,
longer
she
than
told me.
expected. Yeah.
Like, no worry, then increase starting time later. And so she, yeah, she's going to present for the first keynote. And then we have another one.
Okay, and is it supposed to last the same amount of time?
Yeah, 45 minutes in total. This is the
Yeah, no, I mean.
expected time, but then.
Yeah, it can exceed. Yeah, it's just to make sure that I indicate you the right amount of time left.
Oh, yes.
Left.
But it was funny. The afternoon session was very nice.
Yeah, exactly.
After everything was like.
The section where I was, it was a bit messy, so.
Like people from that side, they were like complaining that either the audio
Yeah.
was too loud or too low. Hours, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes if it was like too loud, they would be putting something over here and they would be telling us, oh, it's loud. But that was oh no, I think like someone was because you are next to here.
Sorry.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, my voice is like.
Okay, it's not your fault. It's the sound isolation.
It's not like sound.
Yeah. Soundproof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I would just I've seen that you improvised some.
Do you like it?
It's very nice, very good looking. It reminds me.
Yeah, I was like,
It's like, you know, when you're a movie student.
Exactly. But homemade, like.
Yeah. So okay, so I just used the 2 minutes one, and it should be okay. No,
Yeah, I mean, if it's more, you know, even if it's not speaker, you don't talk more than 30 minutes, it's fine.
Anyway, I would just indicate the time. It's on you that it's your choice to interrupt or not. We don't do that. Yeah. So you're the boss here, so we just indicate the information. Exactly. So yeah, no worries. I would just in case, maybe sometimes I would just use my finger to show amounts of time. Yes.
But I think also the option to be more interactive.
Oh,
Because actually what's funny, because I asked Maya to be the speaker before the conference, the organizer asked her. And so then she mailed me and she was like, actually, can be the speaker of the conference. I was like,
What a surprise.
and she was like, actually, you know, do 2 different times. I don't know. Actually, if you want to be very interactive.
Did you have the opportunity to unlock or reflections during the first part of the workshop?
Oh no, actually my work was on the conference.
Oh, okay. I believe I have seen your work, but as I have seen so many work, I still. Yeah.
One of the.
Yeah.
Student volunteer.
Was it in the auditorium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
But are we done with all?
Yeah.
I saw one of your name on the page.
Yeah, but it said not to that. That's fine. I don't.
Is it another one that you only presented in auditorium?
No, actually, it was the same. This is the reason why I was like,
Oh, yeah.
no need to present it again. It was just really.
Oh,
I was like, okay. It
Like,
worked out
yeah,
without my
exactly.
presentation. I was like,
Yeah.
Roko will be here time to time just to tell us like.
So sad. Yeah, maybe if there's, I said,
Yeah. But this mic
doesn't work. So the questions, what do?
take this out, and these are
Okay.
like the questioner can just be.
Just make you try, so I panic when I have to do that.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was just so afraid about breaking it. Oh yeah. But if it doesn't work, I will use that one. But yeah, then I can figure out why.
Yeah, it seems like maybe was this in low mode.
I am not surprised.
Now it's
Yeah, so yeah, basically there is the volume.
yeah.
So if you
on off, low.
and that is one of those.
Maybe was using.
Okay.
Oh, it could explain why no one could.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an economical explanation. Yeah, I was. Yeah, it was like even if I am not to that thing, of course my peers were expensive. So, but of course with the mix of fruits, I involved myself. Yeah, it was very good. So, and the food was great. So, yeah, it was perfect. But yeah, of course, I was at first I was planning to just have some sleep because of the night before going to the bar. It was kind of everyone was joining, and I had to go more than so.
This morning. The last day of the holiday. So I was like, let's move on next time. Not naturally, but
It's still, yeah, I mean, if you slept like at 2 a.m. like only 6 hours, it's still not enough. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
always to wake up.
no break. Yeah, me too. So, but congrats for having survived this.
Congrats to you, actually.
Yeah.
When you were working.
Yeah, most of us are almost dead. We are just moving on about this because they have become automatic or first layer only for our awesome. I thought there were some
Look at the view, like you can see something, like it's so good.
It's giving me a bit of the will, willingness to just dive.
When I was there sitting, I was,
It's forbidden.
looking at that.
Yeah, it's a
So
bit.
beautiful.
Yeah, but
we are almost done.
Yeah, only.
Came from the.
Yeah,
Okay. She's not running away.
yeah. That's good.
Like,
Yeah.
Just works about on the first day that been like Colombia. No, I mean really like because of yesterday and because of the tour as well.
But it was like, I was like, wow. You are like heroes for me. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, some function that blockchain function and watch. Yeah, but you are not so much paying attention. People online or too big.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, it is.
that's the because all we got goes down from there.
Yeah, I can
It's not far from the event presentation. Yeah, I think you have that. I know you have at least half of the participants of all the conference, so huge success. And also like this, yeah, just like how the people still like improve the last day. Like, yeah, Saturday, that's not the first session. I wanted to come, it was way more relevant way to.
So
Related to management, like you are done. Yeah, so they are just like helping, but you are the one. Yeah, yeah. Like you are getting better.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I hope so, but first day.
Yeah.
Push money.
Are you thinking of this? Are you doing that?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, probably. Angela was one of my PhD defenders.
So you did your PhD?
Yeah, but it's really a good client. So actually they enjoyed a few months there.
Directly reply.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes, to be honest.
Yeah, it's good.
I just emailed like 1 to 3. I had a conversation kind of here. But I'm and I tried. I was like, wow.
Great. So I found out like HRI community has much more like presence than like other AI. Like I have been to ICC and all those places, and there are like 80% AI and like more measuring. Yeah. But not yet. No. Yeah. If I remember, I am not sure. It's been a while since I read that. I believe that but indeed, we are. It's far, yeah, as you said, it's far. Yeah, far better. Like applied funds, for instance, like this place is like much more. Like I can see more balance. Even after 1 hour. Where do we time, like after one was like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's one for them. There is 400 of them. I haven't. Maybe then you should ask.
Total. Okay, how long do you want? So an hour altogether.
That's it.
40 minutes. So you know what, I'm gonna
We're all.
like 8 hours. That's like- Like, but then-
Okay, so hi everyone. So we are back again, and I'm glad that we have, you know, this wonderful keynote speaker that is Maya. And so I think that she doesn't need any introduction. She already gave an amazing keynote talk, you know, a few days ago, and she was so nice that she, you know, decided to be here today instead of being laid down in the beach, you know, getting tan or, you know. But so thank you so much. And yeah, the floor is yours whenever you are ready. Just to let you know, will be more, you know, a more interactive session. So it will be great for all the audience to, you know, of course, join and then just interact with Maya whenever. Yeah, and fun.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, what I figure out. What you have to search. Too many. Okay, here we go. There it is. It takes 3 people to help me figure out. Like, usually, sometimes 4.
We can pull that.
Okay, we're just gonna get on Zoom. Fairness to your folks. You're not in it. Having fun. I did the walking the monumental tour. Now I understand why it's called monumental, because 4 hours of walking. So we were monumentally tired and grumpy, and then we ate. Then it's like, oh my God, what time is it? And the restaurant was wonderful, but it was like a cave, and so there was no way to text.
Oh, yeah.
So I apologize for being out of touch. But yes, so what I was hoping to do, folks can hear me over.
Not clear.
Okay, now.
You need to upload. Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the remote folks can hear me. Hear them, well, I guess you.
Yeah.
I will jump to the slides, but really, so I do not plan to make this another talk. I already did the big talk. I worked really, you know, I worked on that talk. I put new slides together. I have not had a chance to do that for this, but I really much prefer in a small group for us to just talk. Is it even bigger? That was smaller. Okay, good. So basically, I'm going to use the slides as just kind of to cue us about something that we could discuss. But I'm definitely not planning for this to be like a one-way thing where I talk and you just email or relax or take a nap, because that's just not fair to me. Because I rushed back to come here to be with you. So you can relax now. We're going to do this together. We're gonna just, you know, get through it. But no, it's just much more fun. And also because this is really at the heart of what we're doing in my research groups, really figuring out what we're doing next and how. And so we want to talk to all of you about it, hear your thoughts. And so, all right, so I'm going to share screen, share sound, but there won't be any videos. Sorry. I do have, however, a very appropriate cover slide. Oh, robots for a moment. There we go. So, so I want to start with this dark picture that I started with in the keynote as well. I'm here to echo myself. That's okay. If others are maybe here at the other end. I mean, I can just step away. It's okay. I'm not being
just
no problem, as long as the other people are not frustrated, I'm fine. Also, it's okay, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine. We have here. Okay, so if you remember in the keynote, there will be a quiz at the end. But in the keynote, I brought up this fact that I've been thinking about a bit more now than I did before the pandemic. Actually, a lot more now than before the pandemic, which is the general public perception of robotics and automation and how much acceptance like that. So while this workshop is about wellness, it's intuitive, and when we create machines that can actually help people, people should just be very happy, right? Like, wow, I will make a robot that will help out. Shouldn't that be obvious? Well, you know, here are vaccines that take life. It should be obvious that you should take them, but no. And so I think the pandemic has been really an amazing awakening for many, many, many. But one of the obvious how divided that it is for one. So I think as a field, we're in a really interesting position. We are all creating technology. We're not really even thinking about how accepted it is. I mean, let's be honest. We're not really. Some people are thinking about it. They're not us. They're not the developers. People who are thinking about it are maybe ethicists or someone's hopefully thinking about it, but it's not. So we might worry about, you know, we run studies to figure out what is maybe the right kind of interaction design for a robot that interacts with community, like elderly with Alzheimer's, work on that, kids with autism, work on that. That's not the same as thinking about the larger general public. And I think that's a really big deal because it doesn't matter how good the robot is. Hello. Doesn't matter how good your vaccine is. So I think it's really important that, in particular context, what is it going to take for people to trust the technology that is supposed to be about? Like take for people to trust medical people, what's it going to take? So I think that's an interesting question, but I wanted to lead with that because it's a really big one. It underlies a lot of what we should be about. And I do think as a community, I've been thinking about this since I talked about robo-ethics. No, robo-philosophy. I think that robo-philosophy, right? And we realize that roboticists don't really get connected. Don't get so that's not important. Take engineering, computing, there's no room for electives, right? But it's problematic. Don't really, in general, people don't understand on a large scale. Understand large behavior is not something to look at. And so I don't know what we should do about it. I want to talk with all these people. But it does seem pretty unwise to keep just developing. You know, there's a movie in the US that people like to quote that if we build it, they will come. That is really not good. And he might be pushed more from the work perspective, right? So we're going to see this automation perhaps before we see it. But it is an issue. So it won't be all the time. But I do think this is something to talk about and think about. One of the topics that I would like to put out here is the very idea that you're creating a system to help people does not mean that people will want that system. So, and it's never been more obvious than it has been last week. It's something to think about. All right, on that. Oh yeah, we already done with that. Let's get that. Now, I do have profound hope for this field that we created together with people. It's obviously I'm optimistic. But this idea of social support and having machines be part of our social fabric, therefore becoming effective, how do you do that catch 22? Okay. So that's kind of the question. But now I want to get into more of the details of some of the things that I talked about in the context of health and wellness, and get into talk do about, you know, what about different domains that we're going into. What are the domains we're not going into? Should we be going there? Why not? What are the challenges? And I do like this slide because one of the things that's new here is what kinds of modeling. This is the era of computing. It's not the era of robotics. Okay, like we get to pretend about that, but we're really secondary grand type of things. Computing is everything. Modeling. And so not surprising to HRI, we take advantage of that, or maybe we write that way. So there's this tremendous potential to acquire richer data and model practice, provide as a better way to collect data. That's fundamental. But it's the physical embodiment. It's a fundamental of course, something it never. Staffing is something that's all evolved. Social is a body. That's why social is the body. The body's part is fundamental. You can't just do it with something else, right? And I gave you, I gave you a bunch of meta analysis paper to show that. Plenty of data. Right. But that does not mean that people know how to design the body of the body in order to do the right perception so that we can get the data, so that we can design the interaction better and follow this modeling. And so that's where I talked in my talk about engagement. Engagement is really an interesting, challenging notion that I want to talk about in wellness. Because in wellness, engagement is trying to get usually you're trying to get the, I don't want to say patient, who has some challenge. You're trying to get them to something that they're either getting or actually don't want. So engagement is different from, entertainment robots. Like, well, I want to go here, or I want to play, or I want to think. Right? But how do you get or get a lot of wellness regimens on, right? How do I get you healthy? How do I get you? I just read a study, by the way, this is fascinating. I just read a study yesterday that I sent to that basically says people who sit and watch TV are more highly exposed to get dementia. Whereas you could be sitting and playing games with your computer, and then your risk of dementia is not even. It's not a sedentary part. We've been taught to believe in the last decades. Like, don't sit. Sitting is bad. Sitting is healthy. Well, it turns out your brain is good. Let's say that. However, your brain is good while you're sitting. Being passive while you're sitting. That's really bad. Right? And you're a long-term health outcome. Whereas sitting, then you don't get those bad health outcomes of these studies. So discovering these things, right? So now, before it was like, let's get those steps. So now it's like, how do I get you commented? Not a that trivial kinds of things that like getting stare and think that guess what? It's bad for you. Surprise! The thing you enjoy the most is bad for you. So first you can't eat a lot, which you enjoy. Now you can't stream things a lot. It's also something to enjoy. I'm not going to that maybe they're bad for us. Who knows? Hopefully the next study will not say that. So I just think it's interesting to think about what does it take to engage the user in the process of. That's not the same as behavior change. So behavior change is a big issue in wellness, right? How do you get yourself to change your part? Right? First, you're yourself, you're trying to hack your system. That's all you have. But the robot will do that for you if you can just engage you, right? So if I can just engage you to interact with the robot, then the robot will somehow get you, right? But this issue of engagement is very common. So I think that's, we take it for granted. A lot of work, right? The user is paying attention, and now we do the next. Why are you assuming that you actually want to be system is trying to get them to do something that they're not, but whatever that means, right? Like social life, it's not this. I'm going to get not this big social I game. Do it because create these interesting, rich, general actions that are drawing their that takes a lot of effort. Not just like, ooh, I make a little ding and you look, and now this is good. No, no. I think it's a lot of how do I get a person simpler? This group that study takes what's on to my lab and study. She put it a little their favorite chair, they love it, right? Especially. So she had a seat sensor, and then she had a robot that sat next to her. Count time, and after they 30 minutes, tell them, oh, it's time to get up. But if you get up, I will tell you what the mask you do. People learn very quickly to get up before the 30 minutes because they get about the mask. So they learn very quickly to change their behavior. But it was really a social action. What God did for them that made them change that behavior. That's why this one. So basically, again, how important is embodiment and important is good enough robots both with the elderly and the peers with autism. With the elderly, it had wings because the elderly were not sensitive. Pull on them, choices were. But just going back to engagement, sorry, I'm just pulling. But this issue with engagement is critical, right? So we got the elderly really love this robot because they're pretty lonely. They don't relatively have that much going on. So for them, the robot telling them to go and dancing was enough. They completely changed their behavior. They could not sit very much to get up. Robot, they tell them terrible bad jokes. They love it. But weeks later, when we took the robot away because the cats go away, what do you think happened with the behavior of the elderly? They immediately went back to sitting home. So we didn't really change their behavior per way. We just created a social interaction with recording, and so they were happy to engage in it. Once you took it away, you don't want to. But I think that's important to understand. That what are we creating, right? Some people will tell you, wow, that's touch. The person changed their behavior. That's true. They have it. They don't. They like to sit. So they have to add something like perhaps. That's a very different regimen than like the usual drugs. Like I give you medicine, take it, and you stop taking it, now you're fine. That's important for hard things. You need something time, scaffold. So it's how do we make that engagement? Because it's not once and done. Change it. The strategy that works with the elderly. Maybe it'll stop working in a month. If we just keep jokes, but now maybe we don't know. Study them. Because why? And again, my answer to all those questions is when there's more funding, we're going to study. It's the big question. Bring on the funding. The U.S. is stuff that's not funded well enough. So engagement, a really key question. I would love to talk about that. Do you think it's done? How do we model? How do we exactly? And engaging users today. Whenever you look away, if you're looking away from the screen, I'm notifying you that you're looking away from the screen. Look back at the screen. Okay, this already exists. How fun is that? People like that, they somehow forget to draw after a while. Shock. Right? So this is punishment strategy. How do you do it? Right? And developing pulse, understanding what structure that might make something different. So again, I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's a harder problem and for health and wellness because it relates to adherence. That's one thing.
No, you don't.
I often am.
We fix that.
And again, just to emphasize this point that I made briefly, when we looked at engagement for kids with autism, a population that is known for its variance, it was a hard problem, right? So again, I don't want to hear this excuse like, oh, well, autism is hard, but it'll be here for some other population. Not necessarily. Stuff that's hard is hard. How great are all of you when you know it's not hard? Like, well, we're not, but I did, but you know. So the point is, it's hard for everybody, and we like to think that, oh, this is fundamentally harder, but if it weighs in, then we'd all be more. So I just think, all right, that was engagement. And actually, we see engagement in these other long-term interactions as well, like the work of Lauren Klein that I mentioned. She's trying to look at interactions of mother and caregiver, but pretty much the mother. Mother is sent by the mom. She did it. She goes trapped with stress, maybe anxiety, depression about it. And not being in the moment, right there, not actually engaging, but again, engaging. In the moment, there will be effects on baby learning and development. And the last thing you should take away from that is that there's something wrong with moms. That's a popular interpretation, but no, basically there's so much stress, so much weight on this the normal interaction that we can be putting together. Except life is possibly getting into hell, and that's very hard. And that very factual engagement is great. So we see a lot of issues, lots of stress, caregivers, but I also wonder what's happening with all the masking. I'm one of the biggest maskers in the month, by the way. Only pays off at that. But the masking that babies are not seeing smiles. And I'm just making a prediction right here that we're going to see some different developmental effects. Because we're wired for so young. It's there, right? Mostly here, but also here. So it's going to be interesting. But again, engagement, very hard. And then how do you model that? And so again, Lauren's been a very brave student. She looked at the interaction dynamics for this engagement between the mother and child or the baby or the child and the it's a complete mess. Like a whole bunch of different models work at different periods of time. And these are simple interactions other with adults. It's an interesting modeling problem. I always think it's surprising how complex these are. And how tempted people are to run right. It's like, yeah, that's not like the soft stuff, right? It's really hard model. So just, I think it's brilliant. She's doing some beautiful work. Watch out for her. She'll be on the job market. But just, anyway, but Lauren Klein, she's been publishing stuff. All right, so we did this autism stuff. You know about it. We're still analyzing the data. This I think is a really interesting stuff. We're still digging through the data, realizing that personalization is everything. That's the other thing. So everyone, to the best approximation, 99% of people in machine learning today are looking at sort of find model, find a data set, and get the outcomes you want or whatever. And I just don't think it's going to work well because people will. I think it was personalized medicine, but behavioral. Right? We understand what personalized. That's what you think behavioral therapy, right? You for your depression. What does that mean specifically? So this idea of what is the prevention and how to model for progress, for people are not even working on it. Not that we don't even know how to do it, we're not even trying. So I would just like to push more people to understand this personalization. We're interested in having multiple strategies for with anxiety. That's a simple way of policy. That's not hard. Space is very small. The harder stuff is within a given session, on a given day, given your state, which I would have access. as a machine, or what is the right interaction right there, so that some progress towards. How do we value that? Not gonna. So lots of work on that. I don't want to belabor it. I would say we started in autism, but now we're anxiety. I'll skip over the stuff that I talked about and just kind of wrap up so that we can get some discussion. So first of all, what platforms are we using in order to do this work? Right. So first of all, if you're not using a robot, it's not right. I'm sorry. It's fine. You could be doing HCI, right? Not using a robot, it's not HRI. So, and also ideally, if you're not getting out of the workspace, it's also not HRI. That's, there's no I that someone is just watching. I say that as someone who submitted like HRI conference and only got the effort to accepted, not 100%. So unlike promo, but that is important, right? So HRI, the R, what is the R? What should that robot look like for the human population? And I said in my answer to a question about what's the embodiment of embodiment. I said that I don't think embodiment matters as much as behavior, and I believe that. Embodiments, right? But still, you need some embodiment, right? And you can't have 900. So we are pushing for this low-cost platform. But I'm also really interested in this reality that can allow you to have different affordances. It's going to be important. Just because one, we're going to see a lot more reality, and that might be really an enabler. So I'm really interested in like lighter classes. I love Google Glass when it first came out, but then it just kind of went away. So, or woo-woo. So let's have it back. Let's have that. Shared space or a shared world achieve, and then you have engaging, right? Again, engaging for that to picture. So I'm really interested in that. But also, yes, we are creating a platform. Why do we have to do that again? Like my fourth platform in my career, because it's just still not out there. There's still no robots that are hard for something that people do. That's just a bizarre statement about our. I mean, I understand it's because it's not monetized. So we're forced to make our own platforms yet again. Okay, so what are we working on? What would I love feedback on? So yeah, mental health, basically. There is no bigger problem, bigger debate, what's the big problem? From my perspective in the United States, there is no bigger problem. Like 5 to 7% of all college students are diagnosed with some one mental health challenges. That's the diagnosis. There is served, they're just not diagnosed. It's huge. Getting bigger, and no, not pandemic. It was already before the pandemic. And so it's a wonderful opportunity, but very important opportunity for developments, human-machine interaction. And I say human-machine, there's a lot more done to that as well. It's not just HRI, but that physical embodiment allows you to collect data and context. Thanks, Guy. It allows you to influence. Awesome. So I would love to have thoughts on this. I'm going to our students keep working in autism, but we're going to be self-regulation. Somebody asked me, what is self-regulation? I'm not Google it. And you know what it is? Really nice that self-regulation, the ability to control your feelings, thoughts, and behavior in order to achieve. It's pretty good, right? So people talk a lot about it. It's not just about, CP, it's a different thing. Every time I say that, a few people in the audience are like, that's not what I said. Also therapeutic, but different topic. So CBT about thoughts, right? It's not just, it doesn't go in one direction. Nothing in the brain goes one direction. So there's a thing about how do we help break all of these anti-release concepts. So like this advice of theory. Not just doesn't spoil. So, really interesting stuff that, if we look at self-regulation, that applies to autism, that applies to anxiety, that applies to ADHD. So that's my umbrella that I've chosen. And then within that, there are all of these adherence, multi-party versus one-on-one. Big language models, I know this is like I'm saying a while, but now I have these colleagues for learning people, and they know all about these language models, massive for robots who actually have better dialogue. Very scary because you're talking to someone in a context. It's the most powerful language model out there. Don't guarantee that you're not going to say something appropriate or kind of completely wrong. This is a high stakes context. So I'll be interested. So I'd like to. There's a lot that can now happen. Physiologic data, people have been doing signal processing for decades, and the case now there, but they're still somehow not bringing it together. That's another area help a lot. I will say that like kind of complicated world out of PSR, and then finally haptics. So there's a lot to be done to try and back touching things. So great talk, breathing, also different and understand it. Biofeedback is a great self-rate. So why aren't we haptics together? It's not really happening yet, but some of us are trying, right? It's still pretty crude, I would say, for all of us, but it's hard. And the robot is physical again. So remember, that's a great thing about the fact that it's an actual robot. So you can touch it, we can have an interaction and in a way that you can't have with other people, you can't touch everything. Much less so now, people are being much less touched in that way. Younger generations like, don't touch me. I don't know how we're gonna have doctors, no one wants to touch anyone. So I mean, I seriously, I talk to young people, they're like, I don't want to be a doctor, you gotta touch people. So it's true that things are this separation already out there. You think I'm joking with an old person? Wait and see, right? So you can touch a robot. You can touch a screen, but it's not the same thing. It's completely transactional. It's not soothing. There's nothing soothing about touching. So the fact that there's a tactile importance to you, but how you use it properly, I don't know. So I think that's really promising. These are the crunchy areas that I want to go into. All right, so I just want to stop. I put this together for the other talk, so that I flash it over here. I mean, I like it. I put words on colored. But yes, we're going to keep working on what are the affordances physically for the refining, including the tactile stuff. What are the interaction contexts? It's all about the multiple. Every study that I've shown modality somewhere or another, better way. So really, when I keep seeing working in a single modality, I just can't get excited. And then iterative model. So that's where we're going. Said it before, it's my mantra. And so I love people's feedback. That's it. So.
Thank you.
It wasn't the same, right? The words were not the same, even if the images were. So now let's talk about it if we have time.
It's over there.
Took it away.
It's over there. Oh.
Okay.
Want to start? Okay.
Thank you very much. I got users in a situation of with stress. But yeah, so I think that's very carefully, but yeah, it's a challenge to do that safely. So one of the things that we recently been talking about and thinking about is they were talking a little bit about technologies that enable behavior change, but sometimes when you go in the space of anxiety and other negative things affect some of the technologies that are out there more just well, what we're looking at is kind of, oh, can this thermal stimulation soothe? And now we're starting to look at vibrotactile stimulation. But then you obviously mentioned robotics before. So what I was just wondering what you think about developing technologies that don't necessarily enable behavior change, but are more there to soothe, because then there's that big right contrast of, are we just not really helping these people to help themselves, but then at the same time, you know, like the therapist is not always accessible. It may be, obviously it's always an add-on that the substitution is on, but so I was wondering what you have.
That's a great question and beautifully put. So when I say self-regulation, I really, you know, whether it be changing your response, which is basically soothing, right? So when we started working in autism, got this very same question, basically got this interesting question where people said, okay, you can create a robot that makes the kids with autism really happy and they're interacting with the robot, and that's great, and maybe the robot is doing something, maybe teaching them something, and it's working really well. And why is that a good thing? You've just now done this thing with a robot, it makes them happy, they never stop playing with a robot. So it's like self-soothing, right? So that hasn't really helped. And then that's a question of whose goals are we meeting? Are we meeting the parents' goals, which are to get the kid to interact with other children, or the kids' goals, which are leave me alone and stop messing with this? That's a philosophical question, it's a hard one, right? And I think you're also, with what you're asking, you know, getting at this very profound issue of whose goals and what is typical. So, you know, people talk about neurotypical and neurotypical, but what is typical? Things have changed so much that the notion of average makes no sense, right? Typical is not one. So that, which means these are really important issues. So I completely agree with you that this is hard, but I do think for suffering in the moment, getting them to turn down that internal volume. Because they don't. Very bad things can happen, right? And so, like, you know, mitigation strategies for suicide, right? What are you going to do? Like, I'm not going to calm you down now, but here's your change of behavior. I feel like that, right? So I do think it's very important to give people tools to calm down, which to me is still helping, right? Like, this is why mindfulness is so powerful, but you have to practice it your entire life. So I talk to young people and they say things like, well, mindfulness doesn't work for me. Like, what do you mean? Like saying reading doesn't work for me, I'm done with that. I'm just not gonna, right? I mean, of course it works. It does, because basically it works the mechanisms that we're starting to understand. It works, but it only works when you practice really hard forever. But we don't want to do that. So then, you know, it doesn't work. It does, right? So all these, there's a small set of things that work, and they're all hard. Because if they weren't hard, then we wouldn't have the problem. And so I think there's kind of